Shalom, Salama, Siemi, Shalom. Greetings to all my Israelite brothers and sisters from around the world. Whether you're of the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the house of Israel, or you are a Gentile grafted into the house under the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach, we welcome you this morning. At least I do. There will be many others in the chat that may not be as welcoming as me, your host. Coming to the stage, brother Karen. That would be pretty bad. I have to introduce myself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kay. Oh, no, family. I'm not going to lie to you. It really felt as though from Friday till now, this is Tuesday, and I had to take off yesterday. I had some appointments in the morning. I don't even know why I scheduled this dentist appointment at 7 in the morning. I don't even know why. But I did it. I think I was just thinking at that time when I was still working my 8 to 5. Oh boy, let me get here, get this thing done so it won't conflict. Family, this weekend was amazing. Now, I know how the Most High did it and didn't have me go on yesterday because Brother Michael, Oral, and myself, we were doing backflips. We were still giddy. We were still elated, overjoyed. What is that? Overwhelming joy? You know, when I really read this word, I really mean it. Because the Most High truly means what he says. You know, my biggest thing last week was getting Brother Michael on that airplane. And we got him on the airplane that Friday. You know, had him rest. And what did you know? I didn't even know what hotel he was gonna be in. This is how this thing was going behind the scenes. I was like, we just got to get you on the continent. We have to show the people that you're there on the continent. And we just have to let the Most High do his thing. Do you know how crazy that is in terms of business acumen and things of that nature? Because we want to have the game plan. That's how our people roll. What is the game plan? Don't believe me? That's what they always ask. Brother Karras, Brother Oral, Brother Michael, what's the investment strategy? How is this thing going to work? We want to know. the intricacies. We want to know the in and outs. We want to have the prospectus. And the Most High is just saying, did you all forget about me? Hello. You realize I'm in the middle of this. Because let me tell you, family, I was like, we just need to get you there, and then we'll just figure this thing on out, and we'll have to move as the Most High directs. And lo and behold, he's like, I gotta get a hotel. What's the hotel? I said, I don't know. Just find someone that we're decent. Just go with the recommendation, and we'll just, we'll reimburse on the back end. Family, lo and behold, when the Most High moves, and he's in control, which he is, he's in control. You see just how powerful he is. You see who he brings together. That's why I said, family, this quest to unite Africa, it's not about us. We may be the faces here. We may be the ones that's cultivating what the Most High is doing, but this is all the Most High doing it. And when he does it, it's awesome. See, technically, my plan was I wasn't trying to have brother Michael in Dar es Salaam that long. My plan was a little different. I was trying to plan, okay, well, when we get there, right, we need to get um his eyes on the land in Tonga, right? We need to get video of that, show what we're doing, show the progress, and then we make inroads and we go from there. Here's what I'm talking about, how awesome the Most High is. The Most High did none of my plans. He did none of it. This is what the Most High said. He said, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. And that's going to be even better than anything you could have imagined. Because the whole thing was we were trying to get down to Brother Ator and then we were trying to get down to Stepping Stones to Home. But I kid you not, on that Zoom call, we were like, yeah, just go to the hotel. You probably just stay, be in your room, and um, just kind of show pictures. And then it was Brother Oral that said, "No, Brother Michael, go down to the lounge." This is what Brother Oral had said. Michael, go down to the lounge and mingle with the people. And Brother Oral and I agree. It's like, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. No kidding. No kidding. Brother Michael said, I'm in the Zoom call. I'm in the Zoom call. You can hear the music in the lounge behind them. No theatrics. Nothing was staged. None of that. Oh, look who we have here. Because I'm telling you, the way that things work there traditionally is that to even get in front of somebody who we got in front of with that influence, they're asking for money up front. But all Brother Michael did was just open his mouth and say, "Yeah, I'm here. I'm representing an organization from the United States, and we're trying to build up infrastructure. This is why I'm here." Just a simple pitch. It wasn't anything huge because here's the thing: he didn't even know who this person was, and you could tell it that when we release the Zoom, we have people working on that. People have already gotten things edited. I want it to be look, and for me, right, for my channel, it's simplicity because I just deal with the Most High in His Word. That's simplicity. For Quest to Unite Africa, with that channel, that's going to be something a little bit more polished, right? Visually aesthetic, because that's for our people that's awake and not awake. So that's coming on. We're getting that together. Um, we have the quest to unite africa.org. We have that domain. We're getting all the websites together. The vision is, and I have we'll have the meetings, but I'll give you kind of some rough sketches, right? I'm not going to let out all the trade secrets because our enemies are not happy. They are not happy because you understand when something big happens, when there's a stirring. And the stirring, it doesn't mean anything bad. For folks that try to say, "Oh, well, this and that," I say a stirring because why? Because we knew that we started to understand the Most High was going to do something extremely, extremely awesome. But a lot of us, we kind of take that and we feel it in our spirit, but we want to make sure that we voice concern, right? We want to make sure that we're cautious with it. It's not to say that we don't know that he's not doing it. Oh, we know that he's doing it. But we've been so conditioned that when we know and when we feel that there's a move that the Most High is going to make, guess what he's doing? He's alerting his people. It's alert. And what did he do? He put us on a 72-hour alert. Actually, a 96-hour alert. Something was moving, something was stirring. We were being stirred right here on this platform. We were being stirred on this channel. We were being stirred over at Teos. We were being stirred over at Sister Shonda's. We were being stirred over at Sister East. We were being stirred over at We Woke Now. We were just we were being stirred. Something's happening. Let's see what's happening. Something's breaking through. Let's see what's breaking through. Let's just be cautious. And see, no one was this is the beauty of it. No one was murmuring against this. Well, maybe there's one or two comments in the chat that, this was gonna fail and stuff like that. No, it's not gonna fail. Because the Most High is behind this. So be careful what you're speaking up or out against. Those are the same murmurings that was done with Caleb and Joshua. Well, it hadn't been established. What needs to be established? Well, the Egyptians hadn't established it. The Babylonians haven't established it. It hasn't been established by our enemies. So we need to cower and shy away. Have we not read this word and not understand how our heavenly Father works? He moves through man. Plain and simple. So, just to kind of give you some tidbits, that on the continent and generally outside of America, you get more respect when you move as a group. You get more respect as you move in a group. And we weren't making this up. Look, it's fine if folks want to do this here and do that there and do this, but let me tell you, solidarity has been the key. It has always been the key. And I'll touch in more on that on our week 3 meeting because that's how you do business in the land. We're 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 showing you that. This is a real case study in the making. Because when you go as onesies, twosies, well, guess what's going to happen? Chances are you'll get devoured up. Those are just chances are. Because why? Because there's strength in numbers. And let me tell you, family, when he saw the numbers on the Zoom, when that Tanzanian member of parliament saw the numbers on the Zoom, he knew that that wasn't a fluke. That wasn't anything to play around with because he understands that those are resources behind that. Plain and simple. And when he took the time to sit down with us and to talk with us, I truly don't understand if you realize the corridor that had been open. This was a man of standing. You don't go to the G7 as just anybody. You have to be in a pretty high position, a pretty high level. And we've had several conversations with our brothers and sisters over there, particularly that brother. And there is a lot more that's happening and that's being done. I'm telling you, we're at warp speed. We're at warp speed. But let me tell you, all it takes is an act of faith. We could be on the streets yelling at folks, telling people who we are, yada yada. That's great. But don't let the enemy distract you. When you're just casting your pearls before the swine, the Most High could be using you over here. He could be opening doors over there. He could be doing things, you know, to your left and your right. But no, I got to tell him. Look, a lot of our people let flesh get in the way. Oh, oh, it's not going to be profitable to yell at them anymore because the dollar's crashing. On the Zoom, the man tells you, yes, yes, we know what's happening to the dollar. Russia and China want to crash this thing. When we have our website up, that is when you sign in, you'll be able to have access to the full video. And you'll be able to have access to our weekly meetings. So we'll have our minutes and everything else. There's a method to the madness here. You're not going to get everything on YouTube. Sorry. Now's the time we have to be actively involved. Sorry. Now's the time that there's an actual requirement. You've had with me, at least in my channel, now over almost over 3 years. With Teo Ministries, almost 8 years. And if you don't see what's happening right now, this is crucial timing. If you all didn't understand, what Ukraine is doing is that battle in Ukraine, why they leaked everything, who knows, yada, yada, yada. That is showing the direction of monetary policy, global monetary policy. Who will win the chips on the poker table? And everyone has called all in. They all push their chips forward. But we already know via scripture who was given the winning hand. It's just that when it's time to show that hand, the one that has the losing hand is going to lose everything, including their minds. And what does that do for us? Well, there's going to be real decisions that our families will have to make. See, while they're saying everything is fine and don't worry about things and it's just a hiccup, the other nations are going to be out. Time to go. Time to roll. And guess what they're going to do? They're not going to say a word. They'll bounce. A thief in the night operation. But that's what everybody's doing. They're trying to get their money out. So now, as these nations are trying to get their money out, guess where they're trying to pump their money into? You guessed it, the continent. But guess who they want to do business with? You guessed it, us. Two sticks coming together. Can't have one without the other. But also, as a people, listen, we didn't understand that you go into poverty individually, but you gain wealth as a group. We have gone into poverty individually, but we're gaining this wealth as a group. All I knew was we needed to start making inroads on the continent. I kind of had an idea of the structure, but let me tell you how the Most High was moving that. He was moving that exponentially. See, we can get down in the weeds. That's not a problem. But we have to come over high level, and then we know folks are gonna say, "This is my spot. This is my land, and this is where the Most High's calling me." Perfect. You have a group. You have a business model. You have folks there on the land that want to work with you. And then Quest to Unite Africa does what? Gives you what you need. What do you need? How can we help you? This is a linkage. These are linkages. What happens when you're riding your bike without a chain? How far can you move if your chain pops off your bike? Not very far. This is that chain that keeps things going. And family, in 2 weeks, in less than 2 weeks, this is what we've had. Remember, family, it was 2 weeks ago this day. That feels like forever ago. I'm not gonna lie to you. It feels like forever ago. And the work is still going. The work is still moving. Hallelujah. I want to get into this word here. Thank you, Father. Everything has been going slow with my electronics today. I know that I'm definitely under attack. First Kings chapter 12, starting at verse 1. And Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel were come to Shechem to make him king. And it came to pass when Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who was yet in Egypt, heard of it, for he was fled from the presence of King Solomon, and Jeroboam dwelt in Egypt, that they sent and called him. Why is that? Because people were not happy about the rulership or the potential rulership of this new king of Judah. Why is that? Because he did not listen to the people. And if he didn't listen to the people, guess what he didn't listen to? He didn't listen to the Most High. For what? For righteous counsel. And Jeroboam and all the congregation of Israel came and spake unto Rehoboam, saying, Thy father made our yoke grievous. Now therefore make thou the grievous service of thy father and his heavy yoke which he put on us lighter, and we will serve thee. We're coming back together as a people. Everybody has had the yoke of oppression on them. If you if you saw Go Black to Africa, and he was talking about the interview of the Chinese and the Africans interview, they understand now racism. They understand this common factor. See, you had to understand vain imaginations and vanity being bigger than what you think you are. The problem is this thing has been so vain and the vanity has been so extended. They make science out of this. They try to make scientific fact over something that the word says is a lie. It's vanity. And now they can't even replace their own population because they listened to lies. They served themselves instead of serving the Most High. And now they're on the cusp of reaping destruction. They're thwarted. They are few and far between. This is a population collapse that is happening in front of our faces, but they're not going to say it. They'll just try to articulate it with some sort of a framed gesture or response. Because why? Because they never wanted to listen to the Most High. Because they know what their future is going to end up. They know how they sinned against Him. They know how they defiled themselves. To sow wickedness throughout the world, and they know that they have a price to pay. Because they understand that their time is ending. First Kings 12 and 5. And he said unto them, Depart yet for 3 days, and come again to me. And the people departed. And King Rehoboam consulted with the old men that stood before Solomon, his father, while he yet lived, and said, How do ye advise that I may answer this people? And they spake unto him, saying, If thou wilt be a servant unto this people this day, and wilt serve them and answer them and speak good words to them, then they will be thy servants forever. We had a problem with working for our people. And we still do have that problem to an extent because we're still in the land of our captivity, the lands of our captivity. So now we're coming back together because we're no longer vexing each other. See, you have to understand this, family. When we started to roar, guess what happened? Our other brothers and sisters on the continent heard the roar. Go Black to Africa had another video on. It was the thief on the Ethiopian airplane in Uganda. If you haven't seen that video, please go check it out. Let me just tell you, they handled their business. Call the police. This is a thief. Call the police now. They were letting them know. They were lighting them up. And there wasn't really any violence there. You know, they got the man's wallet back and then his money back. But it is a different temperament. This is why they wanted us to remain silent. Y'all didn't know we've been under arrest for 400 years, and they wanted us to remain silent. You have to remain silent because why? Because we want you to not stir up the folks on the continent. We want you to never bring the sticks together. See, we have to have godly wisdom or righteous wisdom, Yahuwah inspired wisdom. I think you all understand the dogmatic principle here. If you're not going to get it from man, then ask the Most High to show you. Because guess what? The Most High will put in your way righteous people. He'll put in your way those that are committed to seeking Him. First Kings 12 and 8. But he forsook the counsel of the old men which they had given him, and consulted with the young men that were grown up with him, and which stood before him. And he said unto them, what counsel give ye, that we may answer this people who has spoken to me, saying, make the yoke which thy father did put upon us lighter? And the young men that were grown up with him and spake unto him, saying, look, do you understand? They didn't have the experience. We've now had many, many experiences. We've now had many, many encounters. We now have had to handle things. And now our counsel has been a little more wiser. First Kings 12 and 10 continuing, thus shall thou speak unto this people that spake unto thee, saying, thy father made our yoke heavy, but make it thou lighter unto us. Thus shalt thou say unto them, my little finger shall be thicker than my father's loins. I hope you all realize that that is a very, very lewd statement. Uh, in the word. He wants to tell him, look, he got the gusto. They can't handle the smoke. And we don't think it's talking about our people. Oh boy. Oh boy. This thing is bigger. I ain't no punk. That's what he was trying to say. I ain't no punk. We all know, as men, we all know. We get this. This is the most manly comment that you can have because he was really trying to show him. Nah, nah. So not only did he address his other family members, the nation, with just ignorance, but he also addressed them with being lewd and vulgar. That's vulgarity. But let me just tell you this. Is that not exactly what we do and how we do things? Except we have other colorful expressions that we will often use in the face of disrespect or trying to establish yourselves in posturing. Let's be for real. Let's understand this is our people. We do the same thing today with other vulgarities. And our gestures and our mannerisms are definitely more colorful. And how does that compare to the other folks? When we do that and we mannerism and we gesture, well, what usually happens? They will point a gun at us and blow us away. And then they'll say they were in fear of their life because why? Because usually when we gesture and we manner, we usually direct our gesturing and mannerisms to our loins. So why did they say, he reached for something? They thought he had a gun? Come on, family. I know the Eurocentric thought process has, diminished us. We know what we do. We learn things of our forefathers. We don't even know where we get it from. You think that that was a lot of work? That's nothing compared to what I'm going to need, I'm going to require. Because here's this. Let me just show you how he adds on to this. And this is why they ripped the kingdom. This is why they said we out. And now whereas this is First Kings 12 and 11. And now whereas my father did lade you with a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father hath chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam the third day as the king had appointed, saying, come to me again the third day. And the king answered the people roughly, and forsook the old men's counsel that they gave him, and spake to them after the counsel of the young men, saying, my father made your yoke heavy, and I will add to your yoke. My father also chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. Wherefore the king hearkened unto the people, for the cause was from Yahuwah, that he might perform his saying, which Yahuwah spake by Ahijah the Shilonite unto Jeroboam the son of Nebat. So when all Israel saw that the king hearkened unto them, the people answered the king, saying, what portion have we in David? Neither have we inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your tents, O Israel. Now see to thine own house, David. So Israel departed unto their tents. But as for the children of Israel which dwelt in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them. Then King Rehoboam sent Adoram, who was over the tribute, and all Israel stoned him with stones that he died. It said, nah, you're going to go to your house. No, we still need that money. Man, get out of here. We have to be wise and mindful as we're dealing with our brothers and sisters on the continent. Because we're realizing that we're coming into a family feud of sorts. But this is where we need to be empathetic and sympathetic of what we have both gone through. This is a healing of division. It's a healing of hurts. Because let me tell you, all our enemy had tried to do was to keep us divided. And they still do that now. But guess what? Now that time, it's over with, and they know it. They hate to see these two sticks coming together. They absolutely hate it. First Kings 12 and 18 continuing. Therefore, King Rehoboam made speed to get him up to his chariot to flee to Jerusalem. He said, "Look, he was out. He ran away." He said he sent his boy in to get his money. They shooting, y'all. We need to bounce. They shooting. Need to get back home. So Israel rebelled against the house of David until this very day. And it came to pass when all Israel heard that Jeroboam was come again, that they sent and called unto the congregation and made him king over all Israel. There was none that followed the house of David, but the tribe of Judah only. And when Rehoboam was come to Jerusalem, he assembled all the house of Judah with the tribe of Benjamin, and 180,000 men, which were warriors to fight against the house of Israel, to bring the kingdom again to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. But the word of Yahuwah came unto Shemaiah, the man of Yah, saying, Speak unto Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and unto all the house of Judah and Benjamin, and to the remnant of the people, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah, ye shall not go up nor fight against your brethren, the children of Israel. Return every man to his house, for this thing is from me. They hearkened therefore to the word of Yahuwah and returned to depart according to the word of Yahuwah. Then Jeroboam built Shechem and Mount Ephraim and dwelt therein, and went out from thence and built Penuel. Hallelujah. And then that's how the slide continued. I'll let you all read the rest of that First Kings chapter 12. That's how we came into our folly. That eventually led to our captivity. And now we're sitting where we're at in the present. So here we are, family. Seeing the Most High move, seeing His word going forth. And as His word's going forth, guess what? He is shaking up kingdoms. He's doing that. They're not happy about this. So here we are in this time. I do have to say, listen, seeing how the Most High is moving, it's awesome to see prophecy. It's amazing to see it moving. And it's happening in short manner, in short order, which is a blessing. I don't like to say, well, It's a big deal. It's this and that. No, this is a big deal. This is a huge deal because now you're seeing our Heavenly Father doing things that we can only imagine, open up doors that we could only imagine. The prophecy's still coming to pass. And again, family, look, that strength, the strength in numbers, this is all coming from the Most High. Oh, trust me. And I want to say trust me, but trust him. He's gonna get that glory. So it's that part of the broadcast. And because look, I don't have commitments to the man any longer. I'll open up the lives for any comments, concerns. Hallelujah. So just keep in mind, I'm not going to answer any specifics of, the quest to unite Africa. Um, you won't get specifics because we're still working on a lot of these details. We have our people working on the ground and they're moving with vigor. Hallelujah. Sister Betty Bet. Shalom, Sister Betty Bet.
Shalom, Brother Karis. Shalom this morning. I was listening to you, and Brother Michael is on the continent, but I was thinking I really needed for you to give him, my son's number or something so they connect while they're on the continent together.
Yes.
I put
I
his
thought we
number in
had
the
it.
chat. I don't,
Yeah, put it in the
I
private
don't,
chat. Yeah, put it in the private chat
yeah,
and we'll
yeah.
move that over.
Yeah, and just see if we can hook them up while they down there. That's all. But
Yeah,
yeah, I missed
absolutely.
you yesterday morning. I'm like going through my phone in the kitchen, like, where is Cass? Go to the channel, like, and you telling me you took a day off to go to the dentist.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm glad. All praise to the Most High. I'm glad you're back this morning because you like my coffee most morning. I may not be on it the whole time, but like to hear a brother, you know, on here every single morning. I just, it's just a blessing to hear you every morning. Coming forth to us. It's not. I ain't gonna say call you a pastor, but the word that you bring in the morning, it's a coffee. It's a coffee for me, and I don't drink coffee in the mornings like that. So, But I thank the Most High for your presence every morning that He allows you to get online. I really do. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Sister Betty, were you on the Zoom call?
No, I'll be on this Sunday.
Oh,
With
so
my
you
with
missed
my
out. So you missed out. That was a
ah
real treat. That was a real treat that the Most High had allowed. I'm gonna tell you when.
oh
Yeah, so I wanted to see if you were on there. I
I
knew a lot of
wasn't on
yeah. I know some of our folks that are here in the chat. They were on there, and they were able to see, especially how things work. And let me tell you, we had the Tanzanian member of parliament.
there. Oh,
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah. And
missed it.
and that member of parliament wasn't just some just someone that was there. No, he had connections.
For real.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Oh, I
brother.
had to work Sunday. We closed on
Yeah,
we observed Sabbath, so I had to work Sunday. And that
no,
boy, my
no
son
problem.
in Africa, so nothing I could do.
No, no worries, no worries,
Yeah, I sure hate I miss it.
no worries, no worries.
That
That's
sound like
that's.
that was a treat.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You saw the Most High working right then
Oh,
and there. That was awesome to
oh.
witness that.
So you
Hallelujah.
on again this Sunday, right? I got
Yeah,
the
this is gonna
message.
be yeah, this is gonna be weekly. It's a meeting.
Okay,
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 so we're
okay,
so we're we're doing this, for those that want to understand what's happening,
okay,
right? Because we have
okay.
people that want to actively be engaged. We have people that are just in the
Yes,
background, still trying to figure things on out.
yes.
And I have to tell you this. Look, as Brother Oral and I were talking yesterday, this is this model that the Most High has given us. This is an awesome model because you have to understand when we work together, we all win together.
Ooh, yes,
We all win
Hallelujah to
together.
yes,
that.
yes.
Brother
That's
Oral,
that's
yeah,
my perspective.
absolutely, hallelujah. Brother Oral, go ahead. I know you got some things to chime in about. Um, uh,
Shalom, family. Shalom, Sister Betty Bet.
Shalom. Yes,
My
brother
my
Oral.
dear big sister. Thank you so much for your contribution to our cause, because it's for people like you why our brother Mike is on the continent as we speak. And
It's
brother
not your.
Karras, I
It's
tell
not.
you,
It's all of our calling. If they would just, if
yes,
they, brother Oral, they just. I don't understand. I ain't gonna understand because my thought is not to cut you off, brother. You go to the churches. If I tell you how many churches in this little town I live in, and you pay
uh
your
huh,
tithes for 20 years, 30 years, till you don't, till your little old rusty purse don't open no more, and you get nothing out of it. You get a window foundation. Let's put on a new door. But what is that church doing for the community? Why is it so many kids that go to school with hungry or no decent shoes or clothes? Or why sister so and so lights off and she paying her? What are they getting out of it? And
exactly.
here we are. We have a cause that's going to benefit us when we do go back to the continent, and you benefit the continent also. I don't understand why so many people are on these lives, these streaming that you guys do, you Cobra, Carrie, Sister Shonda, different people, and they
Uh
don't
huh.
want to give a cause, but you'll go to a church and you'll empty your wallet out in a church where you see no fruit. You see no fruit, but you online now listening and you being fed by these different platforms that the Most High is putting in place, and you won't even give into that, but you hope one day to reap from it. You know what? If a man don't work, he don't eat. He does not eat. Ain't nobody asking you to give your light bill, your water bill money, but you can dig down in your purse and give your tithe money. Especially from some of y'all who came out of Christianity, out of church. You're not tithing over there anymore because you ain't seeing nothing. Why won't you tithe to a cause that you feel in your spirit that the Most High is putting in place? Why aren't you tithing to that?
Sister Betty,
Why not?
I can't. You know what? I couldn't have said it any better than that. I mean, you said it all right there, sis. But you know what? When people move, they'll move and they'll do the right.
But
And you were
I had to
moved,
say,
and we
brother Oral,
thank
to
you.
help them move. They need help to be
Yes,
moved. I ain't begging nobody for nothing because I've
yes.
never been a beggar. But I'm saying you
Uh-huh.
pay your tithe. You ain't into Christianity anymore. You say, pay into something that's gonna bring forth fruit. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, and we appreciate it,
Thank
Sister
you.
Betty Beth. You're very welcome, folks. As Kara says, wow, we have the Most High is moving in such an amazing way. I was laughing with Karis yesterday and saying, when I first got this idea from the Most High to move this way and start this organization, I had no idea I would have, charismatic Karis on board. And he was moved by the Most High to call, just as me and Mike were on the phone. He called and said, "You know what, Brother Oro? I'm going to help out, but I'm going to be in the background a little bit, just helping out." Little did he know that the Most High had different plans for him. So I got to tell you, folks, the way this thing is moving, it's not me, it's not Karis, it's not Mike, it's the Most High that's actually doing all this work. We just happen to be the willing vessels, the willing participants who are actually allowing ourselves to be used. So that's all I have to say. I have to get ready to go to class, and this class I'm going to is actually going to benefit the Most High, because this is to move that to be able to operate these heavy equipment that I'm looking to move to the continent. So I'll be listening if I can, folks. But on that note, shalom, everyone. Have a blessed day.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Brother Oral.
Thank you, Karis, for
Thank
all
you.
you do, brother. We
Yes.
love and appreciate you.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it was actually it was actually funny. I was talking to a brother Nathan last week, and I said, brother Nate, I want to be able to move, heavy equipment, like the heaviest of the heaviest. And I said, because I want to have like at least a proof of concept where we can get that moved on over, you know, then then everything else, right, is doable, right? If you can move over the heaviest thing, then everything else is doable, and whatever mixed mode of transportation we can do. So then we had to scale that back, but my biggest thing is that, man, if we could get on out there, that mine excavator and things of that nature, and lo and behold, this is what the Most High did. He was already showing us places where we're gonna put this on at. He was already showing us the places. These are real needs, family. But the realest thing is, see, we expect a gain, right? I want to invest. I want to pay, quid pro quo. What you're not understanding is you're sowing into people, and then that's when you get the gain. The Most High gives you, He blesses you indirectly. We've always said, it's always been the concept, right? If you give, right, then guess what? The Most High will give back. He'll provide back. He'll work things on out for you. I never thought that, with me. I just said, you know what, Father? I said, I'll just give my time. I really don't have much to give. I said, I'll give my time, Father, because I know who I serve. I serve an awesome, living, breathing, talking, walking Elohim. His name is Yahuwah. And it's amazing to see just from the small things. We don't know where he's going to call us or how he's going to call us. But now we're on overdrive because let me tell you, in that meeting on that Zoom, that brother did say Russia and China are actively trying to wipe out the US dollar. Do you hear me one more again? So if the whole world knows it and we're just sitting on our hands, oh well, we're gonna do this, we're just gonna sing some Negro spirituals. We shall overcome. CBS's, what was it, PBS's Eye on the Prize. We shall overcome. No, we're not a Marcus Garvey, but this is investing in the continent. This is a true investment. Because why? Because you have to invest in people before you invest in anything else. You have to. If you don't sit down with anybody and be like, I just want the land. That's like inviting somebody to your house and just be like, hey, I want to have a conversation. They just want to eat the food and bounce. Well, that's rude. No, the next Zoom call will be at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 11 a.m. We don't really truly understand. We don't have that much time left. They're already telling you this. Listen, if they're already telling you this on predominantly white media platforms, then you don't have much time left. They're trying their best to hedge whatever bet that they can, but nobody's taking their money. They're literally looking at it like, I'm not taking money from you because it's the matter of principle. But they're more than willing to do business with us. And we have the same money. We're utilizing the same thing. But you want to know what they're looking at? They're looking at your heart. They're looking at your character. They're looking at your words. They're looking at your actions and your deeds. Are you here to just self-ingratiate have a self-ingratiation of the land? Nobody wants to have people run up on their spot and take stuff. Well, let me take, let me take, let me take. No. They're like, you are our brothers and our sisters. This is what's coming from their mouths. They want to do what? They want to talk to us. They want to shake our hands. They want to, see who you are. They want to rub shoulders. We're so used to not really having family that we don't even understand how to cultivate a family relationship. Because, yes, that was destroyed here in Babylon too. I just want to take my things, I want to go, and I want to be away from people and this and that. Sorry. That's what you may want to do, but you may need to ask the Most High, what does He need for you to do? There's a lot of things I wanted to do. I don't see myself in this position. We don't have friends. Exactly, Arnold Johnson. We don't have friends. Yep. Now you got family. Now your family is saying, we want you back. We had this discussion. Look, do you not think that the AU has a plan when things go down? We got to get our people up on out of there when things go down, when the going gets tough. Funny how the European Union doesn't have that plan for their folks of European descent. Now, when the deal goes down in the lands that you raided, that's that death compact. You don't go back. You're not coming back. And I know that this disturbs our people. I want my 401k. I want to be happy. I just want to, do what I need to do. What happens when your 401k disappears overnight? Well, I was just doing my thing. Well, you can't do your thing now because guess what? Did you worry too much about your 401k, or you should have been worrying about what? Shaking hands with your brothers and sisters, sitting down to eat with them, talking to them. Stop discounting our family. They really truly want us there. They really truly want us back. Talk to T3 and me. Talk to Stepping Stones to Home. Talk to Journey with us. And now all we're doing is we're just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Because why? Because this awakening is not being stopped. Matter of fact, more people and more people are coming into this awakening because why? Because their God is leaving them. Well, mammon. I really do feel sorry for all those people that had tattoos about, money and love of money and, dollar bills and everything else 20, 30 years ago, 10, 20 years ago. How foolish is that going to be to be like, man, you're as worthless as that dollar sign. But what I'm saying at the time though, you know what I'm saying? We were about it at that time. Exactly, Sister Pamela Hood. Yeah. And she's what, in Senegal? They want us back. They're pleading for us. Because they also know what? They also know we're the spear. We're the spear. These folks literally made blood covenants and sacrifices for money. And their money is literally dying. That's the blood. They're losing blood. I told you. This place got shot. The Most High is up on his throne doing the remixes of "Who Shot Ya." The Most High's word doesn't slip. He got you with the full clip. Babylon got with the 4-4 clip. Now they're bleeding out. It's a spiritual homicide. Call the cops. Because Babylon got dropped. Oh, good. Most High's doing drive-bys on Babylon. He's like, I'm in my chariot now. These fools are getting dealt with. Ding, ding, diddy, doo, 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 doo. Who shot you? Ding, doo, diddy, doo, 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 doo. He said, how to get up from my throne. How to see the how to see the face of my people when they started to moan. Yeah, they're going to call my ear. I said, it's time. I got to get you out of here. Oh, Babylon, you really thought you was a trip? I'm going to get you with my 4-4 in the clip. Ding, doo, diddy, doo, doo. He's having Babylon is pulling up in the 92 Honda Civic painted red. All we're looking at is Babylon. Psh. Babylon. This place is getting got. Most High's a warrior. No, the Most High's a gangster too. Didn't he say he has his host? They be having what? Music, the chorus. No, they singing his praise when he's in that chariot. He said, "My music comes in 5D." Doom doom diddy doom 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 doom. Man, You gotta understand, just as they're falling out, it's not that they're falling out of favor. Look, the Most High's eyes, his face is shining on us. He sees us. We are the apple of his eye. There's a lot of things I want to talk to you all. I can't do that here on YouTube. There's a lot of things that's moving. A lot of things that's moving. That's right, Bookman. Kicking the door, waving the 4-4. All you hear is from Babylon is don't shoot me anymore. Plop, plop. Oh boy. Who would have thought this? Who could have even imagined this? But that's the thing. That's how the Most High operates. We're thinking one thing. We're looking one way, and the Most High's he's literally going in a different direction. He's literally moving in a different direction. And it's all to benefit us. Because his timing is awesome. His timing is perfect. And here's the thing. Look, I people are like, well, what's the financial advice? What's this? I'm not gonna tell you anything on this YouTube channel. But let me just tell you this. We are get we are do, we are in places that it's only by the will of the Most High. And even that brother said when he was talking to Michael, he said, you know what? He said, for them, he said, this is an act of God. He said, this has to be from our Heavenly Father. But you want to know what impressed him, what he had, what he was seeing there? He's seeing over 100 black faces on that live stream. Let me tell you, in a live stream, folks were crying. Folks were throwing up their hands in prayer or in praise. That was just the second week. Let's just mind you, that was just the second week. I couldn't have scripted it even better. I couldn't have. That at that day, at that time, at that moment, when Brother Michael said, "Yeah, let me go there and go talk to some of these folks here." It's like, hey, we're requesting United Africa. This was on the live stream. This was on the Zoom call. Shout out to Sister Fateh. She said, "Look, he's verified. No, that's a real member of Parliament for Tanzania." Oh, she had the credentials all the way out. Oh no, he's a man. No, this is for real. Because why? The best thing is the people. Let me get Brother Betsael here because he
Oh,
was on that.
best thing is the people. Brother,
Brother, yeah,
Yes,
go.
sir. Yes, sir. Shalom to my dear sister. Shalom, brother Caris.
Yes. You know, you brought in Brother Andrew, and now Brother Andrew is now talking to the MP. Just for the context of what that does, can you kind of give them a little bit of a breakdown and and how that connection
Sure,
will
brother.
open up doors? Because I don't think people understand the true intent of what that does in terms of a lot of infrastructure and community building.
Yes, yes, sure, my brother. I would love to do that. Let's first start off with the Most High Yah. That
Hallelujah.
was amazing.
Yes.
It's just that just something like that for the hat. Let's say if we just put it, let's just bring it into our reality and not the Most High because He could do all things. Just in our reality, that would be like hitting lotto.
Yeah. Yeah,
For
it
that
was.
to happen, for Brother Michael to run into this particular person with this kind of power,
Yep.
it's just it just does not happen. So we know something like this is like the Almighty is now saying, okay, I'm gonna show you some things to let you know that I'm with this.
Yeah.
So but again, so let's move on. So now this person that Brother Michael met, and this person took to Brother Michael, I don't know, he wouldn't know all what we're doing. So
No.
the Most High just set him there and put it on his heart to converse with Brother Michael and just jump on board just to be helped. Now, what makes it so amazing is Brother Andrew, who I personally know as he's our brother and our friend, and definitely means as well. He then said, "Oh yeah, he is the man who you need. He is legit."
Yep.
So that right there. And I talked to Brother Andrew after the Zoom meeting, and
Hmm.
he was letting me know for sure that hey, that's a big one. And he said, and he said, yeah. So I'm getting Brother Michael to connect me with him as well, so he can do his part, and they can work together. So the things that this man he can delegate to Brother Andrew, give Brother Andrew even more power to help us out.
Exactly. Because I don't think people understand when people are talking about, look, building communities and things of that nature. That's what Andrew does. He builds. He's in a group that helps to build communities. And what we would like to do is take that model. They're doing it on Zanzibar,
Mhm.
but then bringing it to the mainland, right?
Yeah.
Getting those things that are there, right? So then we can have, you know, I look at it as, subdivisions, towns, however you want to call it. But you can build things like that. They build malls, they build shopping centers, everything that we would need. Well,
Mhm.
let's not. Well, then why don't we get that started? Why don't we? This is what we're doing. Shalom, journey with us. This is what You understand? This is what we're seeing, and guess what? That helps. That helps. Journey with us, stepping stones to home, and T3 and me. This is and other folks that have reached on out. Hey, how do we do this? How do we do that? So when folks are seeing, well, how do we invest? This is the investment. I'm going to let you know, family. This is the investment. Because why? Because when you get there and then you're able to establish connections, even if you don't have, this is the great thing that what I'm trying to make sure is, even if you don't have the resources to invest, guess what you can invest in time. We need phone calls made on our behalf. We need contacts made on the behalf of Quest Unite Africa. Because at the end of the day, this is the benefit you all. We're true to this mission. You get on out there, you make those connections, you have that business plan intact with whomever you're partnering with over there, and then guess what? Then you have resources that can get you to where you need to be, that can get you to how you want to do things that the Most High's called you to do. This is, it's a dynamic model. It's a dynamic setup because we're it's easy to really do things here in America. We can get things to the port. We can get equipment to the port. We can get the grants. But honestly, it's all about the people.
Brother Karras, do you know that also that by this man had being in that position of power, even down to we're looking at we want to be able to streamline getting permits who say like not just visas but just a permit to live there
Yes.
without the need to leave every 90 days and things like that, right? So when you're dealing with a person like that, he could just put it on the desk of somebody or his own and just say, sign off on it. This is the kind of stuff that we're looking at.
Yes.
Residential permits. This is what we're looking at, stuff like that. It's like, that's amazing. See how Almighty Abba Yahweh, he does that. Like, he makes it where as though that don't worry about that. I'm gonna send this one and I'm gonna put this one that's already in place. And these people are gonna favor you because of me.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we're trying to say, family. Because, the ones that went ahead before us, they've had they've made tremendous inroads, right? But now we're literally trying to build the highway for when the Most High says it's time for people to roll. When he shoves people out of here, at least they can go somewhere. You know what I'm saying? At least there's avenues that's open. At least there's this. Because we're not going to look, the Most High is not going to get we're not going to deny him getting the fame and the glory. No, this is all from him.
Mm-hmm.
This is all for him. This is all because of him. But he loves to do things in order. He is an orderly father. So now, in this order, in this time, you understand. Look, there are so many things happening behind the scenes. I can't even tell you that. Brother Michael is busy, busy, busy. I'm praying that he can get on out to Tonga, but it looks as though he's gonna have to do a lot of business in Dar es Salaam, which is fine. Which is fine because I'm already thinking we're gonna have to go on out. Um, in May. That's just how it goes. We're gonna have to go there in May. So we'll look at dates. We'll look at how this thing goes, and we'll see, how the finances are being shaped up. But also, family, what this does is this is what we need for these for the corporate grants and things of that nature. Most High is putting everything together. I know people are like, well, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. Look, we're not going to do anything outside of his will.
Right. That's true.
Look, we're not going to be beholden to any man. That's the firm foundation.
Yes.
Because here's the thing. Do you understand? They're not even in a position to negotiate anymore.
Brother Karis,
So
can you? I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'm just imagining how beautiful the outcome is going to be. Like, when Brother Michael was talking about how, the Chinese are there and, they're doing these things and these other nations are there. And he was saying how, you can't even go into the Chinese casino. It's for them. And I mean, that excites me because think about this, who we are though, as we're building, as when we show up and we're coming in righteousness, and then on the Shabbat, we shut our stuff down. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Where our people not even working on the Shabbat. They over there still working and doing stuff. We're resting. We're in line with
Yeah.
Abba Yah. And you think he's not going to make us the head, not the tail? Think about it. We don't have to worry about all them coming and doing their business. Let them do their businesses. Why? Because we are going to do our business and Abba Yah and with each other so we can employ our people so they will be able to rest on the Shabbat and go by the scriptures. So we can shut down on the feast days. So we can do what Abba Yahweh say and see how he blessed it. Just all this kind of stuff. We're able to do what we were doing before they took us away, what we were supposed to be doing. That's going to be one beautiful thing. That's what I envision, the whole thing. And I want to be there to see it happen so my children and my grandchildren won't know this place. They won't know Babylon. I want them to know the way it was in the beginning. That's the picture that I see. And that's so beautiful to me.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
And we're doing the groundwork right now, Brother Cass. The things that you're doing, Brother Mike, or everybody, you're doing the groundwork. And this to be used by Abba Yah, to be the ones that's, just spearheading this. What a blessing. That is huge.
Absolutely.
That he would say, okay, I'm going to take you and I'm going to take you and y'all going to start this foundation. Now, those children and the people, they don't have a clue that's coming behind us. They have not a clue what's going on, but they'll find themselves in this thing of beauty, all because of you all and us laying down the groundwork, making this move back home from which we were stolen. We are stolen people. This place is not our home. When I hit them grounds, see, I know a lot of people haven't experienced it, but when I experienced it, I knew that there was a difference and my life changed. And I felt the beauty. I felt it was the feeling was so awesome when I hit them grounds. Don't
you feel a whole lot? You feel freer. Like you feel like there's literally a burden off of your shoulders. You feel a whole lot lighter. It is true. It's a spiritual thing.
There you go, brother.
It is.
It is a spiritual thing. So as soon as once I got out of the airport of Dar es Salaam, it was unconsciously burst out of me. I'm home. I didn't plan to say that. It just came out, and I felt it, and it was just so beautiful. And when I think that we have ancestors that they cried to go back home, and they never made it, but I believe I made it for mine. I took my shoes off, brother. And I walked on the land barefooted because I wanted to make that connection for them. I made it home for you. And that's what I suggest that we all should do for our ancestors, because they cried out to Abba Yah and they never made it back home. But they made it back home now, and they're making it back home through us because their blood is in us. That blood lives. It says what? The blood is the life of a thing. Their blood is in us. So we got to make it back home for them. That promise. We got to make it.
Yeah. No, we're gonna offer trips. That's part of what we're going to do. A lot of these things we're discussing in the background because we know a lot of our people aren't going to really be able to be as mobile. But especially look, if we're how we're setting these things on up, that when you are logging into the website, and I have this because we're actively working on that. logging into the website, being able to get you registered, right? Then authenticating yourself, you are who you are, because we don't really want trolls and things in there. We're going to try and do our best to limit it, but of course, that's just going to be kind of the nature of the game. And then there's going to be tier levels. Look, do you just want to donate? Do you want to donate and contribute, or do you want to be in like higher levels at of the organization, things of that nature, right? And then that comes with other commitments, right? And so with that said, there are a lot of folks, they may not have necessarily the funding, right? But what they do have, they may have a way to go and talk to people within the community. Hey, I see you have this equipment. I see you have that equipment. Does it still work? Yeah. Would you if you were able to get a tax write-off for it, would you do a tax write-off? And then somebody can pick it up.
Oh yeah.
These are simple things, you know and then you just say, hey, this is what I did, this is what I helped, and then they verified it, such and such helped me with this. And then guess what happened. Then they're working towards, they're volunteering, being able to get them out to the continent, to the land.
Mhm.
And
Oh
then
yeah.
they can get an idea of what's going on, how things are working. And then they can bring that back to their family, because I'll guarantee you, the moment somebody finds out that, oh, you're going to the continent. How'd you go to the continent? Who's bringing you there? Oh, this organization. Well, who are they? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the biggest, word of mouth on out there. Yeah, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna do this. Look, they're gonna take pictures. We're gonna see this. We're gonna see that. I'm gonna meet some people there, and then get things going. Because now, what have they become? They become invaluable, right?
Mhm.
They've made connections there. They've talked to people there. Now they can go back and talk to what, friends and family. How'd you do that? Question Night Africa. Oh,
Yep.
for real? Oh, these folks are for real? No, the
Mhm.
Most High's for real.
Mhm.
The Most High's for real. That's how that goes.
Yeah. And
We're
brother,
Yeah. Go
brother
ahead, Brother
Karis,
Benson.
but brother Karis was so I can see that Abba Yahweh make it easy for people that you're speaking of, where it's like, because other nations are already doing it, that we have an infrastructure set up where, as though it becomes nothing to us to get them there. You know what I mean? Where we're all people just pitching in the money to get out folks that can't get there. Our seniors or different people, and it's like, it becomes something that's normal. Like the other nations that do, they're doing it, and they're not even thinking about Abba Yah. They're living, just as a heathen. I don't want to really go in there and bash, but I'm saying they don't even know him, but yet they are benefiting from his principles by
Yeah.
loving each other, and by, like you said, we should, love each other by, giving. And so they're benefiting even though they don't know him, because by nature they're following his principles. Can you imagine once we start
Mhm.
get back, because that's what they did, they broke up our love between us. They broke up our love. So then, we haven't been able to do these things, but by us coming together in love and loving each other, and we start, like, it's no problem, everybody just giving, and so then these people be like, well, I didn't have to worry about nothing. I'm just one of the children of Israel. I just told them I want to go, and here it is. I got there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And that's where we're heading to. And the reason I say that is because this thing moves quick, and these things are moving very quickly. We're not just here. Um, we're not just here. As well. It's just gonna fizzle on out. No, it's not gonna fizzle on out. No, this thing is moving. Honestly, a whole lot faster than anything that I could even imagine. And I thank the Most High that He's moving us in that direction. I know folks were having concerns the other day. Well, what about this, and well, what about that? And that's fine, because sometimes you do have to explain to folks, this is how, we're moving in this. This is how we're growing in this, because we want to be able to be transparent, right? We want to be able to have that trust, because it all goes off of trust, and for me, I have to go off of trust in the Most High. So, you know, I, again, I'm like, Father, I thank you. I thank you, but I'm telling you, it's literally an exercise in trusting the Most High. Father, I know you're in control. And then when I just sit myself down, sit my behind down,
Mhm.
and everything else, then something happens.
Yeah,
Something moves,
yeah. We in
and that's the
exciting
Most High
times.
moving.
We're
Hmm.
in exciting times, Brother Carr. I know it's a lot going on in the earth, and and there's some turbulence and different things, but just think, to be Yisrael and to be woke, to understand who we are, know who we are at this point, and see, the nations going down and us being coming up. How much of a blessing it is for us to be able to see these things, whereas though, our ancestors, they didn't get to see this. We're actually getting to see it. It is just every day. It's like uh for me, I'm just excited. It's like it's unbelievable. You know what I mean? Like every day it's like I'm just like, oh man, this is beautiful. So
It's beautiful when we're coming together, because here's the
yeah.
thing. Look, they're not they, these folks aren't worried about us. Look, they understand they're in a position, they have bigger fish to fry. We're
Mhm.
yeah, we're not at that level of concern, right? And I thank the Most High, because I also truly understand that, for him, the way that he's doing this, if this had been like 15, 20 years ago, and when we're talking like this, oh my goodness, it'd be,
Oh
oh, this is this group, and this is what are you trying to do, are you trying to overthrow the
yeah,
government, you know what I'm saying, all of that
yeah.
stuff that they always try to, you know what is that, project on us,
Mhm.
right? And then those projections, look, they don't care about that, or they can't, look, they can't say anything to us. If you realize this, you don't have a lot of folks in the chat anymore, in terms of like the trolls and things of that nature,
Mhm.
because then they get asked the hard questions, and they don't like being asked those hard questions. They'll kind of, they'll say some things here and there, but then they leave, because the thing is that now you see the other nations, and the other nations are saying stuff.
Yeah.
Well, tell me about them. Oh, well, that doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. You see what I'm saying? Well,
Yeah,
tell me
yeah.
about this country. Well, tell me about this, and tell me about that. Well, that doesn't matter. Okay. Don't you all have to worry about a war in Ukraine that's getting ready to destroy your this economy?
Right,
Don't
right.
don't you all have to worry about Ukraine, that um that, depending on the other nations that are there in Europe,
Yep.
will actively allow for their airspace to be used by Russians? See, you have to understand this, and they understand this. Well, they don't really understand this, but they're seeing this happen with prophecy. that war wasn't going to stop with just a demarche or some sort of diplomatic cable saying it's the end and they've succeeded terms and stuff like that. No, it was always a holy war.
Hmm.
That's what Russia said. They didn't want to. They don't like that part. They'll tell you, edit that part out. Don't even show it.
Right.
Do you realize they're so scared to even show that part?
Wow.
Because what they show is what that tells them is, and what that tells the rest of the world is, no, when they win, they're coming over here and they're leveling this place.
Hmm.
Because
Wow.
why? Because that's what you do for total defeat of the enemy.
Hmm.
It's a defeat, right? Or a destroy, the destruction. There's literally levels of how you destroy something, how you
Hmm.
defeat something, what that looks like, what the damage rates are.
Hmm.
So now when they had said that, no, they're coming here to destroy, that means they're going to level everything. There's not going to be anything economic. The only thing that they're going to be able to do is just be a beggarly nation.
Hmm. Come on now.
So you could stay here
Hmm.
and you have things look like the real life Hunger Games.
Yeah,
But when
I
the
thought
Most
of
High
that.
tells you it's time to move, when the Most High gives you and stirs that in your spirit, it's time to go.
Yep. Yep.
Then you better it's best for you to take heed of what he's saying.
Yep.
I really wasn't taking heed of this. Let me tell you, I'm gonna explain this to the folks. I wasn't really taking heed of this. I was like, yeah, I said, thank you, Father. I appreciate it, but I have my job. I was
Yeah.
comfortable. I was in comfort.
Right.
I could come here, say a word, be on my job, send some emails, get on a few meetings here, do what I need to do, and then I get my paycheck.
Hmm.
I'm expecting my paycheck every other Friday.
Hmm.
And then what the Most High did, he removed that. He said, nope, you're not doing that because you have work
Hmm.
that I need you to do. And I'm like, all righty. All I can do is just obey him. He took away my job. So I said, all right, Father, all right.
Right.
You know, So
Yeah.
when that happened, I wasn't complaining. I wasn't, getting mad or anything else. I said, you know, I got shook. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got shook
Hmm.
because when you realize you're gonna be taken away from something that you're comfortable with. Oh, that shook me,
Hmm.
but it didn't break me. Not in any means. It didn't break me. I was like, oh, my this and this, and then and then the Holy Spirit, it's that peace, that comforter, right? And He said, "Do you trust me?" And I said, "I trust you." And even as I'm speaking, I'm speaking to these folks, even as the Holy Spirit is like literally telling me it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. But
Hmm.
my mouth was moving and my spirit was talking, and I'm like, and I just stopped and I just said, "Hey, I thank you for the opportunity."
Yeah.
Because I knew deep down my spirit was like, it's gonna be okay, because if the Most High put me in this position here, he's gonna move me into something even greater.
Yep.
Let me just
Yep.
explain this thing to your family. He did. He has.
Hmm.
And I just get, I get that rush because it's like, wow, did he move me into something even greater? And
Yep.
I can't even express it.
Yeah.
I can't even express how awesome this is. Who can, you know what I'm saying? Who
Yeah.
who can do that?
Come on now.
I
And now
I
you're doing
certainly
work
can.
without working. And now you're working without working because you're doing what you desire to do.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Do it. I'm working in logistics. I used to do logistics. All these things that it's like I used to do all this. I used to do all this.
Yeah.
Writing papers and memos for dignitaries. It's like I used
Yeah.
to do all this. Doing like, like little campaign plans and everything else. I'm like, I used to do this. Like all of these things. I'm like, wow. But now the Most High is like, now I'm bringing it all together for you. So instead of working for them, you're now working for me. And that's how this thing is going.
So basically, all that knowledge and the learning and the work that you were doing, the skills that you developed was really done for this moment. You know what I mean? Like, that's beautiful. That's how Abba Yah does it. Like we're working in the world and we're doing all these things, but then come to find out, we learn all these things, even the bad things, we learn things in that. The Abba Yahweh then turn around and use it. That's just beautiful.
You know what? It absolutely is. It absolutely is. We have to take the good and the bad, you know, and it's not a bad thing. Taking the good and the bad, because why? It's all for his purpose. It's for his glory.
Yeah.
I was just happy to say, okay, Father. We always it's like when you get that call, are you going to be ready when the Most High gives you that call? And it's like, your spirit's like, I'm going to be ready, right?
Mhm.
But your
Yeah.
flesh is like, well, maybe not that ready.
Yeah. Right.
Maybe not so fast.
Yep. Yeah.
It's like when that rubber hits the road, but the blessing is that as that rubber was hitting the road, I just said, well, Father, I said, look, you've carried me so far.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right, well, I said, thank you, Father, because now I know, now I understand that how this is where you need me to be.
Right.
So, you know, I I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. Oh man. I guess how
But
you
it's
how you feel when you get up in the morning now, to start your day, how does is it, is it a difference?
um, you know, I'm gonna tell you, it is a difference because it was like I would say, all right, well, let me do this live stream, and then I need to, get to work on this day job. And, um this is totally different. My thing is now is okay, now that I'm on here, then I gotta get off and I gotta connect with Mike, and then I gotta, see what's happening. Because the biggest thing, is really just getting the website up and off the ground. There's a lot of things that's involved. There's a lot of pieces that's involved in this. And see, um, remember this is all volunteer,
Right.
so people are doing what they can when they're able to get to it.
Hmm.
So I can't really say, hey, I need this. I can't give them deadlines. But what I can say is, look, we can't miss opportunities that the Most High's landed in our laps.
Yeah.
We need to get this thing all up and off the ground. We need to get this thing moving, right? We need to get functionality here.
Yeah.
Because why? Because that's how this thing goes. The only piece that we're hindered with Really, the only piece that we're hindered with, that we're still being hindered with, is getting everything cleared through the state.
Okay.
That's really the only piece. And you got to understand, that was going to be that was going to always take forever.
Hmm.
You all had to understand that. See, we were able to run, right, but we're still kind of running with some crutches
Right.
because you know because we still haven't really been cleared to run, but we're still running anyway. You know how we do.
Hmm.
But we're about to get clearance because we're about to get all the paperwork in hand.
Hmm.
And then that's how we're able to get this thing moving and pushing through. And so, meetings, uh, Facebook Messenger, all this other stuff. There's a lot. It's still a lot of coordination, a lot of pieces.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
So, but it's good because our people have a zeal for this, and let me tell you that the Most High sees it, and guess what he's doing? He's like, hey, do this, do that. These folks our people are coming in. I got this, I got that. I can help you with this. I can help you with that. That's awesome. We have grant writers.
That is
They're,
amazing.
they're they're putting everything together. They're getting the templates and the forms together. They're understanding how this thing goes. Because why? Because this is what we need. This is what we need to operate, and we're going to need it relatively quickly.
Hmm.
I would say we're going to need it yesterday, but
Yeah.
but this is how it's going because there's a real concern, right? How do you move? How are we moving? And I don't need to be concerned per se because I already know that the Most High is already doing it.
Hmm.
So if I get too, I would say, too involved, or if I get, if I begin to, you know kind of veer off, I step back and I just say, Father, I need you to take on over. I need you to help me with this. Sometimes it's a good thing. You just have to kind of just take that break and just, sit somewhere, read the word, you know, and then go from there. Then I'm back on it.
Yeah, because
Okay.
we operating in his time. So it's like
Yes.
no matter how much we think that, oh, I got to do this. I want this, and that, this and that. I had to tell myself that even this morning I was thinking, and yesterday, like I was rushing things as far as me getting back to the continent, and just every day, just in anguish, like I'm ready to go. I want to be here, but then I had to check myself and say, but it's in the Most High's time, you know. So
Hmm.
so no matter how my feelings are my feelings, but what's real is what's real. I gotta go by what's real. The Most High will say when I will be back, you
Hmm.
know, and I gotta look at it from that perspective and stop, like because you know how feelings are, man. You can't if we roll off our feelings, we get ourselves in a lot of trouble. You got, you just got to be like, if the Most High says something, it's going to happen. So, because we know what the Father Abraham, Most High told him something was going to happen, but what did they do? They went
Oh
ahead.
yeah.
They went ahead of the Father.
Hmm.
Problems came about because of that. And so, that's the thing that I have to check myself, and go back to that kind of stuff. And that happened quite a few times that, that we think because we see things, and I know a lot is happening, and we say, oh, this dollar is falling, and this and that. But if Abba Yahweh is with us, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, man. He'll make it whatever he can use. He use a donkey, man. It doesn't even matter. He's just gonna he's a winner at all times. We know this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's it is nice to really work for the King, right? It's nice to see how, we this is to glorify our heavenly Father, that
Mhm.
we're being covered under the blood of his son Yahushua HaMashiach. We're
Mhm.
working. The family, this family's working.
Oh
The
yeah.
family's moving.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to sound like uh what was that, the one Jerry guy telethon, you know what I'm talking about, back in the
Yeah, yeah.
day.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So, you
Yeah.
know, we're we need it. We need it. No, look. The Most High is gonna tell you.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're getting all the resource need lists together. Because look, this is the first trip to Tanzania. There's gonna be a lot more trips that's gonna go, and there's gonna be a lot more opportunities that are there. Yeah, Jerry Lewis, thank you. I
Yeah.
was trying to remember it. Yeah, but at the end of the day, once we get that first container there,
Oh.
then that's where everything starts to go down.
Oh yeah.
Once we get that first container to the port, that's when it starts to go down.
That's
Once
it.
you know what I'm saying? Once we're able to do that, hey, here's this construction equipment.
That's huge. You know
Yeah.
how he just by meeting the gentleman from the parliament. Think about that. Like, because when the port when the containers hit the port, okay, you have people there that, hey, they're going to be hustling for their own, and we can't assume that there won't be any kind of corruption. But by having that member there to say, these people, you better not mess them over.
Bingo. Bingo. And I think our people don't truly understand how the corruption thing works on out there. Because
Yeah,
look, everybody's trying to vie for the dollar. Everybody's trying to vie for, a little bit of something.
right.
And that's so and that's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So so now as that's going on, being able to have those people that are there that can, you know, that wield the big stick for the most part.
Yes.
That's
Yep.
how we're able to. That's how you're able to move. But again, that is where the Most High is putting folks in our path.
Mhm.
That's how we're moving. That's how we're going.
Yep.
So that's really it. You see what I'm saying, family? So we're going there, and we're kicking down doors that the Most High. We're not even having to kick down doors. It's just the Most High's opening doors.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't think so. So when I get on the Zoom call, because I can't really give you a lot more detail. But what this brother was saying, and this is why I don't have the Zoom call. It's not up yet. It'll be more than likely pasted on. It'll be accessible. It'll be accessible when you're able to sign in, right? And you're able to have the page and everything else. But it'll show you what he's all about and what he brings to the table. There's a lot more that's there. It's like it's hard to comprehend. And I don't want to say it on this. I'm not trying to say it on these YouTube streets.
Yeah. I like that YouTube streets.
You know what I'm saying? Let's look. It's family business. Look, you sign on in, and guess what? You'll get an understanding of that. Well, can I do this? Can I do that? You know,
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I know folks will try to record everything and do not.
Yeah.
That's fine. We're already leaps and bounds ahead now. And like literally the 24 hours from that, 48 hours from that, we're already now leaps and bounds.
Yeah. Yeah. Because think how, not to keep harping on it, but just think, you say leaps and bounds. That situation moves you, let's just say we're on a football field. That puts you at the end zone. You get what I'm saying? Like the kickoff, it's like running the kickoff all the way back, and you at the 5-yard line now by just that one contact. That's serious.
Oh yeah, we're at the 5. Yeah, we're in the red zone. That's for sure.
Exactly.
We're in the red zone.
Just by that one contact, things that is. Yeah, that's something right there that I use that as a testimony. You know what I mean? That's just serious.
And it's not Quest Unite Africa's testimony. It's not Brother Karras, it's not Brother Oral, it's not Brother Michael's testimony. This is our testimony.
Hallelujah.
This is it. This is our testimony.
Yeah.
Because guess what? It wouldn't have had that big of an impact if you all weren't there on the call.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Look, we have to be involved. That's what I'm trying to tell folks. We have to start being involved. Yeah, that's fine. That of course, we were here. We were understanding who we are. We were getting this. We're getting that. Well, now, guess what? We got muscle, right?
Right.
We're getting muscle. I definitely value the teachings of knowing who we are and everything else. Now we understand that. Now we're this places in judgment. Now we have to get a little bit. We have to start kind of moving to where the Most High needs us to move.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Because now we're moving. You get that? We're now moving. This thing is now. It's sprouted legs, and this thing is chugging along.
Mm-hmm.
It is chugging along. So, definitely keep us in your prayers. Yeah, that's the main thing. Keep us in your prayers. I'm even trying to do some work while I'm on the live stream.
Yeah,
I'm trying to do some work because now I'm actually look. This thing is moving. Think about this. The continent's about 7 hours ahead. So it's now for them, it's about 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So their day is wrapping up as our day's beginning.
Yep.
Yeah. We're having a journal on this. This is the journal.
Yeah.
The journal's on Covenant Awakenings channel.
Right.
But this is our journey. I don't want to say, oh, it's my journey. No, this is our journey. Remember, the children of Israel they all went through it, not just Moses.
Oh yeah.
Moses led them, but they still had to go through it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh no, we're not going to be there. We're not going to be able to just leave every 90 days. No, we're going to have to be doing.
Yeah.
We're going to have more rates of travel. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're already talking about like next month.
Wow.
Yeah. And I have some medical appointments I gotta get through.
Mm-hmm.
So, I wouldn't probably be leaving until like around, the latter half of May.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I know we'll probably need to move like earlier than that. I'm just praying that, we have equipment being moved by that time.
Yeah.
That's what I'm praying. and not just one piece, not just two pieces, but a couple of pieces, right, moving and flowing.
Man.
Things are on ships. We now have ship movements. We're now tracking vessels. We're tracking, cargo, container. We're tracking what's in those containers.
So, Brother Karras, you're saying that's all going on right now?
That's what we're building out for.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're already identifying drivers,
That's
and we're identifying folks that can
wow.
that have access to shipping containers that would be willing to lend to us. But
Mhm.
again, we have to also have land. So
Yeah.
that's what Brother Oral is looking at also. Right. My thing is right now, in terms of just kind of the testing the concept, is
Mhm.
that we would just kind of just do a package deal,
Yeah.
of if we have something identified, okay, then we just need to have that loaded into, the freight mover, and then the freight mover moves it from that person's or that company's or that business's doorsteps to the port, all in one.
Yeah.
They load it in there, then they just move it right to the port.
Mhm.
They drop it, they move it on, and then they load it, all within a day or so.
Man.
Get it on there, get it in the container, and then get it over to the port. So
Yeah.
it can be done. It can be done.
Yeah. And just think about it. Like he said, the brothers and sisters is already there. T3 and the journey with us, as just think how they are already there, and so now they're pointing out this, and that. You get that equipment over there, and it's just like, okay, now, it's like, if you're playing checkers, it's like, put that crown on me now. Now I'm really moving. It's like that's going to be beautiful. It's like we need a road here, we need this and that, and it's like you said, logistics is. And then as things like that are happening, and then the people there see it, just see it happening, then you can imagine how the doors are going to open, like where, it's like, okay, these people are for real, they're like down roads and doing stuff. So it's like we got to help them, they're going to want to join in.
Yeah, you got to understand, there's gonna be a buy-in, right? Once you see something that's successful, and you see success, then everybody wants to join it. That's that's just kind of how it goes.
Exactly. Yep.
So we understand as a people that we want to invest in, or put money in something that's successful, because we know that there's a return to that, and we don't want to have money, people just throwing money to thin air. That's not what we're about, right? And so compliance is key, transparency is key, visibility is key, right? But I can't have visibility, on YouTube. That's not going to happen.
Right.
The visibility comes on, in in the spaces that we're able to control that information flow, which is going to be on the website. So that's how this thing works. And then that's also where we're going to be doing our work and everything else out of. But on this channel, once we have our Quest to Unite Africa channel up and running, that will be a little more. It's not going to be like this channel. That channel is going to be. It's going to be designed, right, to be more expansive, right, and have that marketing design. It has to. You have to show people what we're doing. We have to show people what we're all about. And then kind of go from there. It's just going to be It's going to be a little bit of a different messaging strategy, because we have to work within, the system, right? Because that's how we do grants.
Yeah.
Okay, nobody look, God's sake, nobody's talking about leaving permanently. I'll leave permanently
Right.
when the Most High tells me to leave. And trust me,
Yeah.
we'll be leaving permanently
Oh, yeah.
when the Most High tells us.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, I plan on leaving permanently, y'all willing, uh like October, somewhere in that, let's say the end of September, October.
Mhm.
That's what my plan. If it's out of Yahweh's will, that's what will happen. And so yeah, can't wait. That's why I was saying earlier that I need to calm down, because I see that would be the best time. And so I'm like, I want it before that, but I was saying, just shut up, because Abba, do it in Abba Yah's time, like I was saying. I
Yeah.
also wanted to ask you something, Brother Karis. I haven't heard Sister Chantel. Is she okay? I just, it was like I miss hearing her.
I think she's still on the break for her kids, because in the UK,
Okay.
they're on break.
Okay.
So, you know, so we'll see. Yeah, just keep Sister Chantel in our prayers, family.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, bro. Yeah. Yeah. So the permanent thing, brother Karis. Oh man, that's a dream come true. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
just the, just the thought of it. It was like, because let's think about it. I'm in a mindset that I've been like this for a long time. Even when I was young, I was in my 20s and I'm in my 50s. I was like, this is not my home. I just had it in me. I
Hmm.
always, I ain't gonna say always, but I think in my late teens, early 20s, I started coming to realize this is not my home, and my home is on the continent. I was like that a long time. And I used to want to talk to people that were from the continent, and I would engage them. If let's say I went into a store and they had an accent, and I would like, are you from Nigeria, whatever. I just had this thing. You could be my brother, you could be my sister, and I just had it. And so now that we're at this point where as though it's just not me. That's how it's the Most High. Our people are waking up. It's like people are like having this urge to go to the continent in big numbers. So, just that feeling to know that it's our brothers and sisters. Why? Because our brothers and sisters. Why? Because our last name is Yisrael. See, that's the thing that we as a people, all of us, haven't gathered yet. But once I understood that if we have a last name, it is Yisrael. We are a family. We're family. And so once we start looking at it like that, and we start to have these urges like to go home, go to the continent from which we were stolen, and we're coming together like this. And I know we have some of course we're gonna have some resistance here and there, whatever, but that's fine. I'm saying what I'm saying is that it is amazing, because we are now, and I'm just saying how I feel, like I love our people even more now, because I'm like, yeah, we're a family. That's my family. Even if we have problems and we get angry with each other, a difference, this and that, it's a difference to me now, because
Hmm.
I go straight to his last name is Israel. Her last name is Israel. So I can deal with the issues better now, because I'm like, still my family. Still my family. And that's the part that we have been missing out on, that all the other nations have been able to do. That's why they say, well, they stick together. We don't stick together. They're able to have disputes. They got all the same problems we have. Nevertheless, they're operating as a family, which they have been able to get us to go away from that through the slavery part and everything. But we're starting to come together now and realizing, no. That's why when stuff happened to one of us, we so hurt, like what happened to George Floyd. We as a nation were, and all the rest of them, but I'm just saying, we wanted justice. We were upset, we were hurt, just on all those different murders that occurred. And then that's because we didn't realize that you're hurting like that because that's your family. And you
Hmm.
want justice because that's your family. Even though they may not be your immediate family, we are the children of Israel. When they do what they do to one of us, they're doing it to all of us. And as we wake up now and understand that, because I think by nature We're feeling the pains and everything by nature, but we're not realizing why. Why? Because that's your brother. That's your real brother there. You know? And so as we realizing that, we're like doing the things that you all are doing and we're doing with this. It's all coming together now. Like, okay, yep, this one is volunteer. I got this. I like you said. Oh, I do grant writing. I do this. I do that. It's like a love coming in. Not even getting paid for it. What that tell you right there? That's serious. That tells you that people are realizing, oh, this is my family.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're you know, we're at I'd say we're at a disadvantage because, and the reason I say a disadvantage is because we're still learning how to be a family. We're learning how to love each other,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Um because we've been taught to not love each other.
Exactly. Exactly.
So, you know, it's and that's one of the things I have to identify within myself. I always have to say, Father, what is it that I'm missing the mark on? Am I missing something? Am I doing something that's not to your will? What is going on? How do I need to look at this?
Mm-hmm.
How do I need to understand this? Because, for our people, we can be very we can be tough to deal with.
Oh,
Let's just keep it in perspective. We can be very tough to deal with.
You're right about that. I'm telling you.
And
That's
so
what yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
it's not a bad thing, but that's just what we've grown up with. Well, I can't do this because I don't know what you're going to do. I know you got a problem. You may have a gambling habit. You may have, you know what I'm saying? Because we always have so much distrust, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what we've been programmed to have amongst our people, that there's some sort of an underlying distrust
Right.
that's there. Not realizing that that's a form of conditioning
Yep.
that we've had imposed on us,
Yeah.
that we're now beginning to understand. Oh man, we've been conditioned to think like this. We've been conditioned to behave like this, right? And
Yeah.
and when people are like, "Oh no, we haven't," and then it's like, well, it's like the Pavlovian dog's whistle, you know. Look, whenever they do a dog whistle, amongst us, we'll fall for the bait. Oh well, look at what they did. Well, what did who do? Oh, they just did what?
Right.
You know. So that's how that goes. It's something that we have to break out of, because it's not just a physical conditioning. It's also a spiritual conditioning.
Yeah.
It's also a spiritual conditioning, and we have been spiritually conditioned to have our minds think like this.
Mhm.
you know and again, that hurts, but you got to understand. But once the Most High starts opening doors,
Mhm.
you know we have to trust that that door is open for by him for our benefit.
Yep.
That's why I
We.
always say, look, you gotta, for anything and everything that we say or we do, pray about it.
Mhm.
You'll never hear me or anyone on here saying, well, don't pray about it, just give what you feel.
Mhm.
No, I don't deal with that feeling stuff.
That's right.
We got too emotionalized and Eurocentrism, and now folks are figuring it on out. This is in the mainstream now, and the mainstream's figuring out. Man, folks got their wealth stolen by the feelings aspect and not by the relationship aspect.
Hmm.
Now they're calling out Eurocentric Christianity and Eurocentrism, of basically conning and thieving people, and that's what it was.
Hmm.
Because why? If you serve our righteous Father, our righteous Elohim, He always tells us to what? To fear not.
Mhm.
But then we've always had in everything fear, fear, fear. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, I'm scared. Although He's gonna strike you down. Yeah, if you're disobedient, if you're wicked,
Come on now.
you know, He's not gonna strike you down just for breathing. That's
Right.
the fear that they wanted to impose because they didn't know who our Father was. You have somebody who's of a different family trying to tell you what your father's like.
Come on. A good point. Come on now.
You get
That's
what
a
I'm
good.
telling you?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can't, how do you know what my father's like? Oh, he's this and that. Didn't you have to hear about my father from someone else?
Right. Yeah.
So do you really know who my father is? No. They're imposing their father, which is Hasatan.
Exactly. Come on now.
And that was what they were trying to substitute.
Hmm.
And now folks are finally getting it, and they're like, man, we really let this thing mess us up for these last 2,000 years. Absolutely.
Yep.
Because it was the Most High that was allowing these nations to see, well, this is what you have with your vain imaginations, Romans 1.
Hmm.
And now you've been given over to the strong delusion,
Come
and
on
now
now.
you suffered this, and now we're here in this time because nobody knows what's happening.
Hmm.
Because why? Because everyone went to their own way. And
Yep.
because they went to their own way, now they didn't even know who their heavenly father was. Even those that wanted to call on his name and that weren't even naturally,
Hmm.
even in the natural.
Yep.
But even the folks that were in the spiritual, they couldn't understand the natural. They bumped heads, and now they're getting destroyed because why? Because they hated
Hmm.
the natural branch.
Yep. And they can't even escape the judgment because he laid it out for them, because he even says that even to us and to them that you will know who I am. I'm talking about it out there in Romans. He said, by the things that I have made, by my power, by, it's like, that's one thing about our Father. Boy, he's so far ahead. I mean, because he got something for you.
Hmm.
He got something for you, because it's like you can't, you will be without excuse, because he's always ahead, where he's like, you had yours,
Yeah.
and you knew right from wrong, because in every vessel is his breath. He breathed the breath of life in every vessel. When you're conceived in your mother's breathing, you're already, breath is in you. And the thing is that it's his breath. And in that breath is truth. So everybody has truth in them. You
Yes.
can try to deny it all you want, but he got you, because he knows that you knew right from wrong. Why? Because everything from the Most High is righteous. So that's one thing about it. When he breathed that breath, his breath into that vessel so it can live, that is truth. So no one will be without excuse. So no matter what you did to the children of Israel, even with what we did to ourselves, he knows you knew better, and you had that truth up in you.
Hmm.
You can choose to do whatever you want, but you are denying. If you say, well, no, I didn't know no better, then you deny him of what he gave you, his truth. And how he can prove it is that if you were underwater, or somebody was smothering you, you will fight to get that breath back in you. Why? Because that's truth. That's what you need to live. And so you can't say, well, you know what, all right, like, I mean, we can't argue with him when it's like, okay, well then, in that case, how come you kept breathing? Because you knew I mean, even your own vessel, your flesh told you the truth. You got to do this. You can't stop it yourself. You got to do it. So that's why, we as a people got to operate understanding and knowing that, okay, we have a truth in us, and we don't have an excuse. So let's do what pleases Abba Yahweh, and move in the way of his laws and everything, because we've been trained in the church, Christianity, that we can operate against his will, but it's okay. We can operate and sin. I mean, all of us, of course, we fell short, but we're not supposed to remain in it and live in it. We're supposed to repent and try to walk upright. And so therefore it's like, so that's the truth, you know, like I'm wrong, but I got to get this right. And so, but Christianity taught that, you know what, hey, you know, it taught us all that whatever your issue may be, it's fine because he paid the price. So I can go on and do all the things that I desire to do, deny Abba Yahweh his truth. And his truth is that you know what's right and wrong, and you know that the laws that I set before you are in your heart. Because if someone takes from you and steals from you, what happens? You upset. You want something done about it. That's a truth right there. Okay, you knew that you didn't want that done to you. So that's a truth right there. You see what I'm saying, Brother Cars? I know I'm rambling on, but you know.
Oh yeah, I understand. I definitely understand. So sorry, I'm in the background. I'm typing to some folks right here. But yeah, this is my day. I get
Right.
on out there, and I do not mind typing to folks. I don't mind contacting folks. Um, we actually do have an 800 number for Quest to Unite Africa. That will be done by the end of the week. I just have to get some things through Vonage and things of that nature. Um, so I think it's pretty cool. At least we kind of got the concept of the 400 and Q2 UA. It's something, you know what I'm saying? It's something to kind of have that um on out there. I think that you all will definitely enjoy that, because we got to keep the theme,
Yeah.
so that will be posted. I'm praying that we can do more things today, especially with the website, um, because I believe we have our PayPal up. I just haven't checked it yet. I believe we have PayPal functionality. If you search up PayPal and Quest Unite Africa, I haven't checked that out yet, but I would suggest you all, um, you know,
Check it out.
check it on out. Exactly.
Brother Karis, real quick. So I look like I got to go into a meeting right now. So I just want to just say shalom to you and the family, and keep up the good work. And I'll catch back up with you. I'll try to listen later. I got to run into a meeting.
All right. Thank you, Brother Betsai. I appreciate it. Hallelujah.
Thank you, brother. Shalom to the family. Much love to you.
All right. Hallelujah.
Shalom.
I know Sister Betty's there. She's
I'm here. I'm here.
yeah.
You know, I'm at work, hanging in
Oh
there this
yeah.
morning. Like, yeah, I'm
No.
in here cooking lunch, so I'm here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, absolutely. So yeah, just to give those updates, family. I
Yeah.
know that folks are asking, about the next Zoom meeting if they can't. Look, the Zooms are going to go to everybody until they tell me, "Hey, I don't want to be on the Zoom meetings." That's fine. I did have an issue earlier. I was sending out those Zoom invites, and then everybody was getting contacted. So that was my fault on that one. So I've corrected that. So you don't have, all those email addresses, shooting out to everybody. Um, but yeah, no, we're actually looking really good, family. So, you know, um, I still have to get something in Teo's the forum for things. So that's coming. I just want to make sure that we're a bit more organized and poised, right? Because
Yeah.
this is a really big endeavor.
It is.
Yeah. If you can contact me, covenantawakenings@gmail.com. Covenantawakenings@gmail.com. I haven't even done my I haven't even done the. I don't have like my mailbox set up yet. My personal mailbox. I don't have that set up yet for Quest Unite Africa because we're gonna it'll switch to the Quest Unite Africa.org, and so I'm trying to just make sure there's a cost savings with that. Um, a 13-year-old dies at the Benadryl challenge. Man, these folks are just going crazy. These folks are just going crazy.
They really are. They really are. You know, Karis, with my class, the 5-year-olds, I let them look at a little snippet of the 16-year-old that was shot in the head. And all the little boys at this school, they know that they're Hebrew Israelites. So when they see something like that, if you could just see the look on these little guys' faces, like, and I just keep warning them, that could be you, that could be your brother, and they just real sad. And I know I might be putting a lot on them at 5, but at the rate it's going, Karen, I feel like I'm not, because even 5-year-olds, they need to know the danger that they're still in
Mm-hmm.
this country. It's vital, because see, my thing was, ever since I got into education, which has been 27 years, me and my kids, ever since we got into this, listen, I always had this about me. I've always taught my kids and my grown boys, men now, who they were, where they came from, the importance of them. I always taught them that we came from kings and queens. I
Mm-hmm.
always taught my kids that. So what I do now at the preschool, I go at it even harder to make them proud of their melanin, to make them proud of their heritage. They know all about slavery. They know everything that happened to us. And that's the biggest thing. That's the thing that's wrong with our community today. And I hate to keep harping on our churches, because I know that our churches, carries all of us coming from a, a, a Baptist or a Pentecostal background. We were
Mm-hmm.
never taught who we knew we were Black, but we were never taught that we were somebody before slavery. Why
Yeah.
nobody ever taught us that we were somebody and something other than an ex-slave? I feel like if that had been integrated into our educational life at a young age, we wouldn't have so many of us that hate each other. We wouldn't have a murder rate of our men at such alarming rate. We wouldn't have such alarming rate of our men that are incarcerated in prisons and coming out effeminate, or our women going to prison and coming out men. It wouldn't be so bad. But see, we was robbed. We was robbed of the ability to be able to even teach our children history, their own history. And now we're at the point now where you got the wicked in a place where he don't even want them to know, want the other races to know what actually happened to us. So it made me real sad when I was sitting in the kitchen baking a cake for my son's 30th birthday yesterday, my baby. I was thinking, Betty, you know, where y'all where's our home? Where's our land? Where's what the Most High gave to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in that covenant that he gave us land. He gave us land. It's ours by covenant of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
It's not here. It's not here, family. The covenant that the Most High made with our forefathers, it is not here. That's why you don't have anything. You can't keep anything.
Yep.
You're constantly murdered. You're constantly raped mentally, physically, in every way. We're raped and robbed of a heritage that we never knew. But you're thinking that it's here. Or if I just get, just get the American dream, just get the piece of pie. You're never really gonna have it here. You're never gonna have it here. So what I'm saying is, we have to try to build up a community for ourselves in the community and on the land, that was given to us in a covenant.
Mm-hmm.
Now all the Most High is doing, because it's in our spirit. We wake up now. We wake up every day. We wake up with a different spirit. We wake up saying, "Why am I feeling this?" It's not a flea thing, but why am I feeling uneasy? Why am I feeling the need to move and do something different? Why am I not so happy with trying to buy a house and land in this country? That is the movement. That is the movement in your spirit that's given to you by the Most High. He's allowing you to either get it or ignore it. That is all up to you. But that feeling, that anxious feeling, and then another thing, all the murders that continue to happen to us daily, that is that warning that he's given us, family. It never stops. But now it has escalated to an alarming rate. The Most High is really making you uncomfortable in your situation. He's making you uncomfortable, family, for a reason. And
Mm-hmm.
it just makes me sad to think that a lot of our people, Carrot, won't get it. They won't wake up until it may be late, maybe later on, but at least start to try to look into what is really going on around you. Because if you thinking you're gonna save your life, you're gonna lose your life. If you thinking you're gonna save your dollar bills, you're gonna lose your dollar bills because they're not gonna be worth you saving.
Yes.
It's not gonna be worth what you think that you're gonna get by trying to hold on to it in this country, because really they already came up against you. They're already doing Psalms 83. It's been happening ever since we got here. But now again, everything has escalated on a new level that you just not seeing. You're ignoring the warning signs. It's in the sky, it's in the weather, it's in the earth. It's all around us. It saturates me every day that I wake up and have to be moving around in this beast system. I'm doing my best to keep my grip. And
Yes.
family, if you feeling this, it is your intuition given to you by the Most High. But see, we good at ignoring stuff because you got a stiff neck. Nobody can tell you nothing. You cannot hear. You got ears, but you can't hear. You got eyes, but you can't see. He's telling you to look up to the sky. Pay attention to what is going on. Why can't you pay attention? Why can't you look at what is going on? Look at what is going on and see mainstream media. They're not going to try to do that because they don't want everybody to just pack up and run away. If they told the world what the real deal was, what the
Yep.
wicked is really doing, everybody will pack up and flee. It will
Mm-hmm.
unbalance the country. They're not going to do that. But you're getting your subtle warnings now and you are ignoring it. And I'm just telling you, I was in the same shoes. I just ignoring it. But then one day he was like, Betty, listen, I woke you up in 2015, and look where you are now. It's 2023. I've been paying attention to the warnings ever since I woke up. Who I always knew, because I always been a history buff and a big time reader all my life. I always knew, but I wasn't woke to it because I was in Christianity that didn't teach me anything. But now that the Most High opened my eyes and allowed me to learn and understand what He's been teaching me all along, and now I can say, wow, I get it. I got to get the grits out of here. I got to do everything in my power to help my family. That's when Caris them came in with this movement that they're doing. Black Wall Street, family, did not happen overnight. It was a dream. It was a thought given to them, our people, before. They started probably with a shack, a horse, and a buggy. And look what
Mm-hmm.
they build. We right now have an opportunity to start just like our people. We started so many communities that was burnt to the ground, but we still persevered. We still pushed on through everything. That's the resilience that is in us, given to us by the Creator. We are resilient because if they could have killed us all long time ago, they would have, but they needed this workforce because they couldn't do it.
Yep.
But he's given us the ability to do whatever we need to do. And we have the ability now, family, to wake up from our sleep, to wake up from our slumber and get going. Let's get going, because by the time 2025, definitely by 2030, we're going to have to be up out of here before they shut the borders, before they make it difficult for them to lose us, because we are a commodity. That
Yes.
Social Security number makes us a commodity, a working commodity to this beast system. We've always been down there being the racist working commodity. But now he's waking us up to get up. Get up. Right.
Oh, hallelujah. Brother Ministeric, shalom. You gotta take yourself off of mute. You take yourself off of mute.
Got it. I got
There you go.
Okay. I am so blessed by everything that's going on. I'm torn, and this is the thing. I've been one of these people that's always been working. When I was in the church, I wasn't in the church. I wasn't into churchianity, like the whole group thing. I was on deployment. I was the guy always in the field. I was always, they say, yeah, you sure you want to go down to them projects and stuff like that, but you have to use wisdom. God give it to you good. I was always out among the people, and I have a heart for the people. And now I want everybody on the boat, like, really. So what now? The word says we would have healed Babylon, but she would not be healed. I don't want to heal Babylon. I do want to heal our people and stuff like that. I'm in Chicago. We're a byword for violence and murder. The hatred I see among our young people. I saw it when it was coming on, because I was in the my ambition was on a recording studio, and we had business. We closed down because the clientele turned thuggish, and these certain type of recording industry officials of a certain persuasion that shall not be named was pushing these young people to put out this violence things, and it taking on a life of its own. So what I'm saying is, I kind of feel like Harriet Tubman, because I could get the money together and get a ticket to Africa. If I had something together, I could get something to get there myself. But I'd be like Harriet Tubman, I'd be I'm more interested. I want to push people over there, and I want our young people to see something else, because they're driving the narrative on our young people. It's like we can't even be fathers. I say this about this generation. If you come to our children like you their father, show them some concern, the smallest thing, buy something for them, thing like that, they respond to that. They respond to that. But these people knew what they were doing. They broke up our families. We made a fool's bargain. Yeah, we can help your family, but you can't have no daddy.
Yeah.
And we made a fool's bargain. Then another fool's bargain. Well, what are you women all doing, staying home, taking care of your children? You need to work too. I mean, it was the setup. When one sister, I think she was a Muslim, she said when they wanted to help the foreign families, they didn't break them up. They gave them. But with our families, my mother's 103 years old in August. When her father went on quote unquote relief, what it was, he had a government job, and they gave a man a job to support his family. So we got dealing with all the blowback for this. How much work do we still need to do here before we flee, or we just help our people out and let God take it out in the wilderness? This is what I'm saying, because I'm not trying to heal Babylon, but I'm hurting for our people. I'm trying to heal our people. I'm trying to heal our families. I'm trying to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children. And I've been buying resources to do this, because I knew when I saw the media was doing this, I've spent thousands of dollars to be able to start. I want to get with some people like yourself, content creators that want to put out stuff on a high level, the media people, but since I've left I've left the church basically. I don't have a community here. This is my community of Israel right here on this line. That's it. I don't find, I know Brother Michael's in Chicago. I tried to catch up with him. Y'all on something, that's cool. I understand, but I don't have a group in Chicago of like-minded. I'm seeing some sisters in the chat that's from Chicago, and we kind of talking the same thing. I don't know how we put this together. I mean, I don't have a congregation here, and so it's hurtful. But so I need this on this line of listening to people, and you giving an avenue where we can actually, I send some money, I'm gonna send some more money. You say this, you got a PayPal thing now, put that in the chat. But I'm saying the resources I have them as, I don't know that you need video equipment and cinema cameras and drones and stuff like that. But this is the stuff I've been trying to do to do a righteous Tyler Perry thing, if you will. That sounds bad, but I mean something. Take care of your own. Start to generate your own narratives and put it out. Because what I discovered as a youth pastor, I could be preaching and I could be in the neighborhood face to face and I could be doing all these things, but our children be looking at them screens and that stuff coming out them streams and them headphones and stuff was overriding everything I was teaching and everything like that. Well, I was saying, well, I got to get in them screens and headphones and I want to help other people to do that. So I've been, it's just, it's a time. Like you said, Karis, seek the Most High. But I'll send money to your effort. But I'm hurting for these children here. And in Chicago, the devil just done made this the epicenter of stuff going on. So I understand it's all over the country. They got a place called O Block here that's notorious for murders here. I've walked through that community. I've talked to people in that community. But the children are generating the poison for the devil to go out and destroy our people. It's like they got a suicide pact with the devil, bring it back. We got to change the hearts, turn the hearts to the fathers. They need to do this. So I don't know. I guess I'm kind of ranting, but I appreciate what you're doing. I'm seeking the Most High on what I can do for you. But if any, I have no problem leaving myself. But I'd be like Harriet Tubman. Got to make it. I'd be making trips back, trying to grab as many as I could. So that's kind of it. But the work you're doing is great. I'm gonna get my finances together, send you some more money, and if you make a list of stuff you need, maybe we can buy some of that stuff and get it to you.
All right, thank you, Brother Minister. Sister LaShonda.
Hey there, shalom everyone, shalom. I'm just want to piggyback off of Minister Eric. I mean, I'm here in Chicago as well, and he's absolutely right. You have to embrace these children as parents, as someone that is concerned. I'm telling you, it is heartbreaking to see our babies just out there willy-nilly, just allowing the enemy to just take over their minds and their spirits. I mean, this thing is serious. I was in the chat speaking with a few of our brothers and sisters, and I had made a suggestion, that they need to see something other than their four little corners of where they live. You know what I mean? And I made a suggestion that that they maybe we can how they do those college tours, to go to these Europeanized colleges. Why not take them to their homeland or somewhere where they can see something different? And you were saying something about we're going to make some trips, but if we can organize something similar to that for some of our babies to come and see, and then they can come back with the report to their friends and their families, letting them know, look, this is more. It's more to it than just where we are now. I'm just I was telling him I had a dream about the Lord had given me a dream about saving our babies. I was in this pit of fire. These babies were in a pit of fire, and I kept going and pulling these babies out of this pit and running and putting them to safety. And the more I saved, the hotter that fire got.
Yeah.
And I really believe that this is this is another part of the vision, or another part of the puzzle, piece of the puzzle, where we won't leave our babies behind. I don't have any of my own. I've never birthed any, but guess what? They belong to me and I belong to them. And this is the way we got to look at it. And we cannot be afraid to speak life into these babies.
Mhm.
It's like they seeking they seeking for relief to even just leave this earth. That's what it seemed like and it feels like. And it's just something that's just stirring in my spirit. It's just like it's like a fire that's can't be shut down because I can't turn my back on them. I've been in the ministry as well, for years. I was over some teenage girls and young children. I was in the community helping and even just teaching them the art of dance. You got something to pour into these babies, pour it and don't stop until you see a change or see something. God said if you can reach just lead one soul to them. But my babies ended up, they're grown now. They ended up in college. They ended up over some of the ministries that I was over. See, those are we gotta seek the fruit that we're when we're pouring into these babies. These are the fruit of your labor.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And it's hard because a lot of people don't understand, and a lot of our people don't understand that. Look, we're playing the role that they want us to play because
Mm-hmm.
they want us to look crazy. They want us to look, defeated. They want us to look like we've lost
Yes.
our minds. And
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
the issue is that this is all a coordinated effort.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Someone that was in this
Mhm.
chat, his he was saying, "Well, don't you know Africa has 9 million slaves?" Well, yeah, that potentially is very well true.
America has
Mm-hmm.
9
However,
million slaves.
however, what they don't like to have in their anecdote is why is that the case, and who has been influencing that so that the stabilization has been there to
Mm-hmm.
cause those slave markets
Mhm.
that's happening in
Mhm.
North Africa.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Because why? Because Europeans in European nations have done
Mm-hmm.
what? They've caused
Mhm.
the
Pause.
Yes.
stabilization to occur, which
Destabilization.
Yep.
Yes.
which is
Hillary
why,
Clinton. Hillary
which
Clinton.
yeah,
Yeah.
which is why they don't like to talk about it, and this is why they don't
Mm-hmm.
like to talk about why countries such as Mali, Burkina Faso,
Mm-hmm.
Guinea, and Niger have kicked out Western European nations
Mhm.
that have stirred up that the discontent.
Yes.
Discriminate.
So
Mhm.
Assassinate their leaders.
yeah,
Yeah.
so a lot of these folks, they like to have those topical questions of, or those talking points of, well, all of this stuff, all that stuff. Okay, well, guess what? The same can be said, with everything going on. Well, why is America collapsing? They don't want to
Mm-hmm.
talk about what their leaders have done. They don't want to talk about
It's
the
not.
the racism, right, the legacy that's created, and they don't want to talk
Yeah.
about why other nations don't want to back their dollar anymore because of
That's
that.
right. Because of
So
it. Yep.
and that's not happening today. It's not, or
Mm-hmm.
excuse me, it's not happening in a few years. It's not happening in a few months. It's literally happening today.
Happening
Folks are losing
now.
their money.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Let me tell you, I just saw, shout out to Ninja Firewolf. He had said something, did you see, about Putin's visit? And I just looked, and I see Putin makes the rare trip to Ukraine because why? I've always been about this, and I've said this plenty of times, countless times, that at the end of this month, things are going to start looking real crazy, like they are shaping up right now. Because why? I look at it like this: the West cannot have Bakhmut fall, because that is trillions of dollars that's been shuffled into Ukraine And then to have it fall will be looking worse than Afghanistan. Well,
That
this is
guy
a
leaked. That guy leaked the papers talking about all of our troops, all of our special services from all the West that are in there. That
yeah,
guy that leaked the papers.
yeah. He leaked the papers, and now it is what it is. But there were already reports that were on out there that had shown that that they were there since the very beginning. There was always reports. It wasn't really anything like too groundbreaking of facts. It was just the fact that, to be honest, their mainstream media wanted to pick it on up, because right now they're gonna have to say, well, we need to do this or we need to do that. So for whatever political maneuverings or things of that
Distraction.
nature,
Yeah.
yeah, it was a main distraction piece. Well, let's talk about this, but we're not going to talk about, you know, these folks literally getting ready to go down in flames. You know what I'm saying? So they're not going to talk about that. You know, that Bakhmut is like hours away from falling. If not days, right? They're not going to talk about that. But what they'll talk about is, well, it's this, it's this, it's this, and then I would be more concerned. Just my personal opinion wise, I would be more concerned that when Bakhmut goes down, that there's another, some sort of an event that occurs, you know, or
Oh,
a release, or a release of a nuclear weapon.
a
That's
911 event, kind of like that.
yes, exactly. Well, look at what they
I'm
did. It,
sorry.
it was Russia's fault. See what Russia did, you know,
Mhm.
and my thing is that, by that time, who will really, buy into that? Will people buy into it, or will people see that as a sign of revolt because, oh, everybody knew that was coming from, the administration, and then that would just cause, a lot more
Only
civil
once.
unrest. You see what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. And it's like, is that really, will that then be that culminating of, America's civil war per se? Because then, look, it'll culminate. There's a big culmination of this. The dollar will get messed up. All right. Putin is there. Let me tell you, Biden isn't there in the front lines. Putin's there. You know what that means? That means
You got
everything
to
is under
secure.
control. Yeah,
You got to
things are
secure.
secure. Exactly. And that means he's going to push. They're going to push forward. I believe in my heart of hearts. They're going to push into Ukraine, and they'll probably stop short of either the Polish or Romanian borders. And they'll tell them, hey, ask yourselves, is this what you all want? Is this what you all want? Because remember, France gave them an out. France's trip to China gave NATO an out. It gave the European nations an out. That happened last week. This was an out for them. Now that you see this, now that you see the military arm moving, what are you gonna do? Oh
Turn on
man,
the horn. Turn on the horn.
yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
I
So
was just about to say that they turn on the horn and go ahead and do what you're supposed to and
yeah,
get in line. Get in line
yeah.
or
Because
take
why?
this behind whooping.
Because why? This says
Yes,
every single nation is gonna have their shot.
every.
Every single nation. Well, what does that mean? Well, they're gonna come up on in here and do what? And devastate this thing.
Yes.
I do believe that before that happens, I believe that we'll have an opportunity
Be out of here.
Yeah.
to get out
Yep.
of here before
To
that
get out of
happens.
here. Yes.
but I believe that that's happening sooner than later when people are like, "Oh, it's going to take years." I don't
No,
think it's
No,
going to take
no, it's
years.
not gonna
no,
take
no.
years.
Nope, 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 nope.
Y-
No.
Oh, I don't want to take years. I want it to go
Yeah.
now.
Right,
Well,
yes, me too.
well,
I just want to pick up the whole fam and go though. That's it.
And
Just
Yeah.
go. And
yeah.
go.
So now you understand. Look, Russia's in our infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
Russia's in everything. So who knows what they could do and say, hey, this is a mass communication. This is a mass, email or emergency system, yada yada.
Yeah.
You have such and such amount of time to up and go. And they who knows what they may fashion. But I do believe I don't believe that's going to happen honestly right away. I believe it.
No.
I honestly see that and to be honest, I see that happen around that August September time frame. And the
Hmm.
reason I say August September is because you're going to start seeing a so so Europe fights. The Europeans, they fight in the summertime. They don't like to fight in the winter. Summertime's over with. Or excuse me, winter's over with. They just
Hmm.
had and now with Easter. Easter's kind of that culminating of spring, right? We're heading into late April, mid to late April, and from mid to late April, now we're gonna see them get ready because it's gonna be this: either Europe fights or Europe folds,
Yep.
and Europe is gonna fold. We already know
Europe
that
is gonna
Hmm.
Europe's not
fold.
gonna fight.
Yes. Yes.
So
Of
then what?
course.
Yes.
So then what is that gonna do? Well, they're gonna say, well, hey, listen, we're gonna have to just break this thing on up, and we're gonna have to find something new. You know what? And the Europeans are audacious about that. They don't really care. They'll say to everybody, yeah, y'all need to get up on out of here because you want to know why they responded or they saw the response from Russia. And to be quite honest, they don't really have the military capacity anymore because they're sinking in, a lot of their ammunitions.
Hmm.
the best thing we got going for us maybe is we're not identified with them. Maybe they'd be like when the Iranians took over that embassy, they let all the black people go, except for Uncle Ruckus. So
Yeah,
again, once once when Media Persia took over, they didn't have no beef with with our people when they took over and took down Babylon 1.0. So but hey, if we get out before as the sooner the better. We need to build a real life because everything we build here they tear down. Uh,
Hmm.
they were having an argument about the law, and the Most High was showing me some things. The people say, we're under grace, we're not under law. What grace you got in America? What grace you
None.
got in America? And
None.
None.
like the grace when your grandmama can't pay the taxes on your house, they take it,
Hmm.
and and when you couldn't pay the taxes on your land in the South, it got took.
Hmm.
Yep.
But under law, you get it back on the year of Jubilee. But you want to be under that Babylonian, European, Greco-Roman grace. That stuff would come back under law. They say, oh, look at that. The law is just in those things. That
hmm
that that stuff would remain in your family. Hey, your uncle so and so could mess it up. Year of Jubilee, hey, it's back in the family. But
yeah.
we want to be under their law. We can't be under God's law. But
Mm.
we submit the Babylonian, Roman, and Greek, the perversion of the Greeks, the authoritarian of the Romans, and the economics of the Babylonians. So it is what it is. But hey, we gonna know the heat needs to be turned up on us. Maybe that's it anyway. So we
But
know we stiff
The
necked.
heat is turned. The heat
yeah,
is already turned up. It's
yes.
turned up now. They're still killing us. And
Mhm.
look, when Biden was when the first thing Biden did was make an Asian hate law. That's the heat for us. You build
Mhm.
the country and they give them an anti-hate law, and then we're killed at such an alarming rate. Go Google at the rate that we're being killed. That is the fire. That is the heat turned up. This
Mhm.
country has let us know, even when we had been rocking the chair for 8 terms, what did he do for you?
Nothing.
That was
Yep.
nothing. And
And
Hillary Clinton is a baby eat. Listen. So the heat is turned up on us already. But
Already.
again, like I
You're
said
right. You're
before,
right. You're right. We got in our
you
community.
don't
We
want to
got we
realize
got
in our community.
we got
Hmm.
food desert and abortion oasis. You
Absolutely.
can't find a food store, you
Okay,
can find an abortion clinic. Just
you
Especially,
can find an abortion clinic, but you
and then
got
you
to
can find.
remember Margaret Singer,
yep.
who
She
Hillary
classy.
Clinton loves. She
Hmm.
loves
And love the
us all
quote.
and
Love
loves
to
the
quote her.
quote. Love the
Yep.
quote. So you know the heat has been turned up, but it took the Most High revealing, taking the scales off our eyes and opening up our ears to
Absolutely.
realize
Yep.
this is what it's always been.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Just have an
This is.
opportunity now to realize what it is. How do I know so well, Sister Betty? Because
Mhm.
my son was shot and killed in Jacksonville, Florida,
Mm.
with no
Oh,
weapon by undercover cop in 2010.
oh my God.
So
So
sorry.
this is
I'm
what I'm
sorry.
telling you. Thank
Oh,
you.
God.
I know what is going
Mm.
on because I experienced it firsthand. I don't have to
Yes,
look at the
ma'am.
news to
Hmm.
see what it is and how it goes down. Me and my other kids buried my son in 2013 at 2010 at 24 years old. So I
My.
went through a psychological breakdown. I'm talking about Prozac and Zoloft, upper and a
Oh
downer,
my God.
just to make it through the day. And I
Yes,
beat
ma'am.
myself down for 3 straight years. I'm going to a shrink. And then one day, I'm sitting in the office. I brought my other two sons, who are 33 and 30 now, with me so they can understand what their mom was going through. I'm a
Hmm.
strong Hebrew woman. I'm a daughter of Judah, a daughter of
Yes.
Sarah. So I got that Judah blood in me. I'm
Yes.
strong. I'm a fighter. I will get down any kind of way. And when I say any kind of way, I mean in an intelligent way now. Not a way that's
Absolutely.
going to get me killed and thrown in a jail.
Mm-hmm.
Throwing forth my energy and my works to a cause for our people. Because my
Hmm.
prayer at night, when I go down and I pray and cry to the Most High, I'm
Hmm.
crying for my people. I
Hmm.
pray for my family, but I cry out loud and I pray for my people because I
Amen.
see the despair that we're in.
Ooh,
We're so
bless.
lost by these pagan days. We're so lost by that church. We're so lost that these pastors are wicked and do everything for money. Starting with
Yes.
TD Jakes, Joel Osteen, Oprah,
Yes.
all these
All of
entertainers,
them.
all these entertainers,
Unashamedly.
everybody
Yeah.
is doing what they're doing to
Worshiping
Come
that
keep
on.
us
dollar.
and keep us down.
Hmm. Hmm.
Off.
Hmm.
So let's not think that anybody is helping us. We
That's
are
right.
now being helped and led by ourselves. And the Most High is our president, our lawyer, our doctor,
That's
our
right.
leader. He's
Our
Yep.
our.
doctors. Come
Yep.
on.
Yahushua
Come
That was
on.
his
HaMashiach
original
is
plan.
our
He didn't
true
want us to have
father.
no
That's
king.
right.
He is.
He
He
wanted to
is.
He
be
If
our
we
is.
was
leader. He
too
didn't want us to
stiff
have no
necked,
king.
we wouldn't turn around. But you wanted a king. You wanted
Hmm.
Saul.
Hmm.
That's right. That's
Saul,
right.
I give you Saul. You don't want me to be king over you? I'm going to give you what you want. So
Hmm.
Yep.
each time he gives us what we want, but guess what, family? We
Hmm.
waking up and we're asking for something different now. And we're going
Absolutely.
about it the right way. We stepped out of Christianity. We
Woo.
stepped
Oh,
out of them pagan holidays. We stepped out of that Jesus Christ, a
come on.
homosexual,
Mm.
transgender, Baphomet. We stepped out of
Yep.
calling on that name. We put all the power back in Yahushua HaMashiach name, with
Yahushua
Yes.
Yahuwah
HaMashiach.
being the first, Yahuwah being the first, Yahushua being the second, and the man being the third. And woman, you are under the man.
That's
Woman,
right.
you are under the man.
Come on. That's
Stop
it.
trying
Oh
to
man, they
listen to
deceive
what
our
these people.
sisters. I worked with
Stop trying to
sisters
do
all
what
my
they
life. Oh
say.
my God.
Mm,
They
mm,
say,
mm.
woman, they weren't talking to you, black woman. They were talking to the white women. You just joined yourself to something that it was never meant for
Yes.
you. But you
Mhm.
joined it over your black man. Now you want to have more power over him. Even a righteous man, a foolish woman don't even sin because she's been indoctrinated in a culture, in a law that was never meant for her foolish tale.
Mm.
You think the law protected me from a black man? No, it's a lie. in order for you to turn against your black man.
Divide and conquer. That's what they always do.
Divide and conquer.
Divide and
Divide and
So
conquer. They had to
let's
break
not
up the
believe that
family.
this just started happening. Man, this is a plan. This is
Yeah.
success. This is Satan's plan. His plan is going, but look, we don't have to worry still because look, the Creator created Satan. He only
That's right.
fooled these fools to think that he got power,
That's
and he has power for a little time. But
he
he
running
saw
the same
time is
playbook.
up.
He running the
Yes,
same
he is.
playbook. He
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 running the
spoke to the
same book.
spoke to the woman in the garden, bumped the woman's head,
Same
and
thing.
Mhm.
get a
Same
man
Mhm.
a
thing.
big head. Running the
Mhm.
Same
same
thing.
plane.
Running the
Get
Yep.
same thing.
get the woman in her
Yep.
ignorance and the man in
In
his
her
arrogance.
ignorance, and the man
Yeah,
in his arrogance. That's
itching
all. That's what
ears,
it
itching
is.
ears. Just want to
Itching
hear
ears,
anything. Yeah.
and will
No.
believe and fall for
And we'll
anything. But
believe it and
look,
fall for it.
look. The same. Listen, we on these panels. Listen,
Mhm.
we're on these panels. Royal family. We on these panels, but we know 100% that Satan is on the panels also.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
He's on every single panel. Do you hear
Yeah,
me? He's
yeah.
not omnipotent. He don't know everything and can't be everywhere. But you see what we call the internet?
Mhm.
I
Yep.
know we use it for good, but look, Satan is still the one that's running the internet. All the
That's true.
satanic, they still run it. So he knows, but guess what? He can't stop what the Most High starts. He can't stop what it is. He's throwing in everything to catch his saint, but it ain't gonna do him no good because once he woke us up and brought us out of paganism and
Mhm.
Christianity, which is nothing but white supremacy dressed
Mhm.
up with a bow on, and you falling for it. You
The
still
Roman
gonna fall
Empire
for it.
preserved the Roman Empire.
And it never left. But the
Yep.
Roman Empire never left because it's in the system with the Roman Catholic Church who run the churches.
Western Europe, and all of they all the same.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
all.
Yes. Yes.
My
Sorry, panel.
I
Sorry,
just
for
I
going
just I
on
just
so
need.
long.
We're still no. You're right.
we
I'm just looking
love the
for. I'm
wisdom.
looking
That's
for a
wisdom.
congregation, sister. You always come with wisdom. I just
Absolutely.
I just want to get with like-minded people in Chicago. See,
Yes,
I'm
yes,
a
sir.
person who gives. I work with
You
people.
know
I
what,
always
brother?
offer resources. I just in
You know
Chicago.
what,
Go ahead.
brother?
Go ahead.
Don't put too much pressure on yourself because when we want like-minded people, we do wanna, but it's gonna be Yahuwah who wake them up to the mind.
Absolutely.
It's not gonna be
Okay.
us. It's gonna be Yahuwah that wakes them up to the mind. The reason why I can tell you that because me and my son started Alpha and Omega Church of the Living God, and we started on our own. We were the only woke-minded people in this entire community. My family don't come to the assembly. My sisters, my nephews, they don't come to the assembly because he said, he has to do it. All we can do is do what we're doing, stay focused on the task that he gave us.
Okay.
He woke us up. Don't
Amen.
worry
Okay.
about that.
Okay.
If he chooses to
Amen.
wake
Okay.
him up and get him up, he will do it. You stay praying. You stay praying and
Okay.
Absolutely.
fasting
All right.
and praying.
Yeah.
You say this is
Yes.
the job that you have right now. This is your
Yes.
only job that you need to be doing. Going out where you're going at, preaching the word. Anybody you meet and greet, you tell them about Yahuwah. Anywhere you go, that's all you can
Amen.
be doing. Because what could the
Okay.
disciples do? They couldn't do nothing but go out there and preach and teach, and they was able to do miracles. The miracles that you can do, I can do, Karis is doing, all of us are doing. What we're doing now
Yes.
on this platform. This is what we're supposed
Okay.
to be doing. This is what we
All
go out
right.
to do. We don't put no worryation on our mind about what
Okay.
anything
Yes.
because it is not
Yes.
ours. We all belong to
Yes.
Yahuwah.
Yes.
Yes. And he will make room. He
You
would make the room.
He
And
will make. He will make.
he's doing it in front of our eyes as we speak today, right
Right
now.
now. Right
Right
now.
Yes.
now.
Right now. You see?
People are,
Right
you know
now.
what? They want to know why do you have this smile on your face? Why are you at peace? Why are you where you
Okay.
are? Why
Why
you
you
not
at
worried
peace?
about nothing?
Hallelujah.
Because I've
Hallelujah.
served the most living the most living high Yah.
Say it.
I serve him.
I
And it's
serve him.
him. He
I
says
serve
a
him.
man's mind that stayed on him, he would keep him in perfect peace.
Come on,
And this
perfect
is a
peace.
perfect peace that we
Perfect
have.
peace.
And guess what? He's going to
Perfect
do the
peace.
adding. He's going to do the
He
watering.
gonna
He's going to
do it,
do it all.
baby.
We just got to keep,
He
like
gonna
she,
do
like,
it, baby. You
Sister Betty said, keep your eye on the prize. He said, look to the hills from whence cometh
that's
my
all
help,
you gotta
and my
do.
help cometh from the Lord and from
That's
from
all you
from
gotta do.
Elohim. It
That's
comes
all.
from Him. So He's going to
That's it.
strengthen. He's
It
going to
comes
make this
from
grow.
him.
We are
He
with who we
is.
are supposed to
He
be with
is.
right here and right now.
Be with right now.
This is
Right
where
now.
this is where we are to
This is
be.
it.
This is what we're
This
supposed to
is
do.
it.
And if I
That's
don't get
right.
an assignment, my assignment is always going to be on
Mhm.
my face for my people, on
Mhm.
my face
For
in
my
prayer,
people.
in
In
supplication,
prayer
seeking
and
His face. While
supplication.
seeking, He said, "Seek
Absolutely.
me while it is day." This is still
It's
day. The
daylight because
darkness have not
dark
come
is
yet,
coming. It's coming.
but it's
But
coming.
it's on the way.
It's
It's
on
right.
its way.
But you
But
know
right
what,
now,
sister? You know
seek Him.
what, sister? How we know the darkness is already here too? They won't stop murdering us. That's
No, they won't.
darkness. And they
Yes,
never
ma'am.
will. They won't as long as we in the land of our oppressors. How in the grits and grocery you expect your oppressors to do something good for you? Are you some type of special?
No, ain't no.
Are
Mm-mm.
you some type of special?
Why are
You
we
really
looking to the
expecting
enemy?
you looking to the enemy for him to stop killing you when he
No.
never stopped killing and raping nobody? That is what he do. He said
and
he come to
he's been
steal,
doing it
kill, and destroy
across
the
nations,
world,
across the
nation.
world.
So
He,
what
he-
make you
he's he
think?
is the common denominator that has destroyed this whole thing. And now
Come on,
Father Yah is on his way
yeah,
to gather it and
Abba,
to
yeah.
redo it all over
He's
again because
already
he got
doing
that
it.
power to do it.
He already
It
doing it.
ain't
That's why we
all he
on
does.
this.
All he he need a willing
That's why
vessel.
Karis them and my son, my
Mm-hmm.
son is on the
Yes,
continent
ma'am.
right now.
Yeah.
He's spending 10 days down there working on projects, working on things. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? We have businesses that we have in America, and we're just gonna
Transfer it over.
transfer them business right in Africa. So now, he went to the bank, he's got a bank account started. You know what I'm saying?
Hallelujah.
I'm not saying that I'm finna jump up and leave now, but I
Mm-hmm.
am going to prepare a place.
Yes.
See, my thing is we have to go and prepare a place. We're not fleeing, and I'm definitely not fearful, but I'm gonna help Karis them, my group. That's my
Yes.
group.
That's
I am
that's
a
that's
part
right.
of that group. I'm not getting
Amen.
paid. I ain't looking to get paid because
I ain't
guess who's
looking.
gonna
That's
pay
right. I ain't
Betty?
looking for
Guess who's
nothing.
gonna pay
That's
Betty?
right. That's right.
Yahuwah is going to pay
Yeah.
Miss Betty.
That's right.
Yahuwah, I'm building my
That's
house
right.
in
That's
the kingdom of the Most
that's the
High.
reward.
I'm
You an
putting down them
encouragement. That's
golden
right.
bricks for Yahuwah. He's building my place
Mm-hmm.
right now. So when I leave here, I ain't
Mm-hmm.
got to worry. My place
Yeah.
already built. So you worrying about your
Amen.
$2, like I said before. You better be building
Sister,
a place in the kingdom.
sister,
So, but
that's
you
that's
sound like
thing.
me.
Huh?
That's the thing. This is my heart is for us because I lack nothing.
I
You
lack
shut your
nothing.
eyes off.
I lack nothing.
I'm not hurting for anything. It's
You
only
know.
Anything.
it's for Israel. It's for my people. But
Yes, it's for
That's
our
where it's
people.
matter
at.
of fact, if
It's
anything,
for my
And
people.
I got too much resources that I'm mad that's not out there working. I'm trying to time
mm-hmm.
people. You need a drone, you need this, I got this, I
Mm-hmm.
got that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I got too
Yep.
much stuff. I was moving through the lollipop problem. I was getting
Yeah.
tons of food. I was moving all kind of food out. I had
Yeah.
so
Mm-hmm.
much food. We had
Yeah.
so much. We had trucks loads going out. Just not my
Yeah.
mother and
Yes.
family. So I'm saying I
Yes.
have the resources. I just want to
But
get them
see,
working for our people because they look. I'm
see,
looking at them and it's a
yeah.
testimony against me. It's like
See, but that's why your eyes don't need to be nowhere else. It's in the
Hmm.
right place already.
Yes.
Just all this you're saying, you already where you supposed to be, talking to the people that you supposed to be. The Most High don't do nothing just by chance. He do
Just by
everything a
chance.
purpose.
Let me tell you
Everything is
something.
purposeful.
Let me tell you something. I was out here on the CTA rails. And let me tell you, and Father Yah had me there because he had to humble me. He had to put me not. He had to put me in that booth, and I know you know what that booth looked like on the rail on
yeah,
CTA
yeah.
rail lines,
Oh,
right?
oh
So
yeah.
guess what? He had to put me in there, and I prayed, and everybody that came across that came through those terminals, and including our youth. Father began to use me to speak into these children's and these even the adults' lives.
Yes.
Man, I was there from 9 o'clock at night to 5 o'clock in the
Yes.
morning, and you know what kind of devils roam at night, right? And
Ooh.
so I was on assignment, and I
Yes.
did what I did until Father Yah until he decided he wanted to move me. But I thought I
Absolutely.
was all this and all that. I'm not
Mhm.
supposed to be here. I murmured and
Okay.
complained. Don't you know he hate a murmurer and a
You
complainer?
better.
Yeah, he
Yes.
does. Yeah, he
Yes.
does.
He hate
He
them.
does. He
And you're
does.
not gonna move him by complaining about your situation, because he don't care about nothing
No.
about your
No.
situation.
Oh my goodness. Please.
He
Please.
cares about
Please.
he cares about you obeying him,
The assignment that he gave you.
and
See,
you fulfilling
listen,
what
in college,
he
when I was in
fulfilling you.
college,
But I'm gonna tell you, when I was out there
I,
with them kids,
I
I was out
yes,
there with them
yes,
babies, and
and
I wasn't afraid. See, we had so
yes,
many adults that are afraid of children
They
today.
afraid of
Why?
all the children.
Why
They're
are
yes,
you
afraid of
scared of
all
a kid?
yes.
Why?
We're
And
afraid
God
of
is giving
kids.
you the
Yeah,
authority. He said,
because
he
they
told you,
yes,
he said, I give you
yes.
authority to tread over the serpents and the
Serpents,
scorpions.
absolutely step
they
on their
they
head.
believe what the
Yes.
oppressor says about our kids. They believe in that.
Exactly.
Come
But you
on.
know what I began
Well,
to
you
do?
remember
I
who
began
said
to
that?
tell them who
Who
they are.
turned it? Super
You're
killers or
kings.
super
You're
offenders?
priests.
Well,
You're
you see,
Who
kings.
turned that?
they stand up in these churches, in the
Mm-hmm.
houses. When I was
Yeah,
in
And these
Christ,
houses and
I didn't stay up in there. I didn't
hmm.
stay up.
yeah,
I bought a van and was picking up young people and doing that. I
yes.
had my
Mm-hmm.
family there.
Wasn't that?
I was always out in the street. One of the things got me. The family, if the child got killed, they called me to do the funeral. I was a youth pastor. Can you come out and
Yes,
bury JoJo? And I had to preach
yeah,
these. I'd be coming at all them kids in there with a
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
message, tell them an encouragement and things like that.
yeah,
But this what
Yes.
but I
yes,
don't like burying my kids. I mean, this dragon,
yes.
this devil.
No, you well,
And not enough people
God
talk
have
about the spiritual.
mercy.
We got to come against powers, principalities, and spirits of wickedness in high
Yep,
places. That got to be done in prayer.
absolutely,
But hey, I'm going to
absolutely,
come with it.
absolutely.
Amen.
Hey, which one of the
Amen.
presidents termed? Which one of the president, or was it Hillary and her husband termed super predator?
That
It might
was
have been.
them. That
Might have
sound
been
like
one of
them,
them.
or
That was the
Them all
Clintons.
right.
That was the
Them all.
Clintons.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was the Clintons, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do
Mm-hmm.
you not see that wickedness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
Karis, let me go ahead and tell you what my role was when I was director. When I was the director at the YMCA with 150 kids and 30 employees. My thing was, part of my job was, I went all over Polk County raising money for the United Way. Me
Hmm.
Black. I would go into different businesses. I'm talking about big time citrus businesses, and
Yep.
all the men in my audience was white men. So
Yep.
what I would do as a Black alpha female, I would get so fresh to death and clean with my suit. I'm suited up. I'm suited up. You know what I'm saying? So I go out there to these white men, and I know how to deal with white people because I worked in a bank for 7 years, and I'm the only Black in loan servicing. So I've always known how to deal with them, how to walk with them, how to speak where they don't be afraid of me and they trust me. That was my thing. So I carried that right on to my job, and I would raise $90,000 a year, just me, Miss Betty, from these different organizations, putting on PowerPoints and speaking. And matter of fact, in college, what I got an A in communication and talking, because I'm
Yeah.
very well at it. I'm very well at it now. So, Karis, not only will I donate my money, I will also donate this voice that the Most High has given Miss Betty. I always had it. So I got some stuff to bring to the continent. I got stuff to bring to the team, because anytime you need somebody to go meet with somebody, trust me, I get dressed and suited up just for the occasion, because I do know how to talk to them.
Yeah. Exactly, Miss Betty. We need you to talk to them farms right there on State Road 60.
All you got to
You
do
know.
is all you got
Get.
to do is we set up some time or whatever we need to do,
Yeah.
because I will. I'm
Yeah.
not afraid. What are we afraid of at this point?
Yeah.
No, we got the boldness of the Most High now, and
Come
there ain't
on
no
now.
stopping us. We
Come
got the
on, ain't no
boldness of him
stopping.
now,
He told us,
and
I'm gonna
we
use
gonna
your big
speak.
mouth.
That's right.
I'm gonna use you. I'm gonna use you. You
Hallelujah.
had a big mouth in the world. Let me see what you got for the kingdom. So guess what I'm bringing to the
Hallelujah.
kingdom? The same spirit I had in the world, but for him now. For him,
Amen.
not Hasatan,
Amen.
for him now. So I'm gonna use my voice and anything else I got for us, for my community on the
Hmm.
continent and here now. And see if we ever got
Hallelujah.
together to speak to youth, sister, about youth violence and how they kill us. You know, I know I'm perfect for it because I
Hmm.
know what it is. I know what it feels like to go pick out a suit to bury your child in. I know how it
Hmm.
feels to go pick out his casket. See, unless you know, unless you've been through it, it
Hmm.
happened to you. You talking because you feel sorry for it, you feel sad. But
Hmm.
unless you physically went through it, you don't really know.
Mm.
You
Sister
can
Betty,
just imagine.
I need to get with you because I do helps ministry. I believe when Yeshua said he would be great among you, let him be the servant. Well, I serve a lot of people. Everything I attached to, it moved up when I was
Absolutely.
in there. But when I saw
Yep.
corruption there, I got away and it went south.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
so
When I saw it
so.
wasn't doing nothing. Nothing. What am I doing? I can't be buying into this foolishness.
But I
I'm
need to
not a
attach
fool.
to stuff person like you that's doing the things because I got to get. I'm a resource person. And
Yep.
God has given me a message, even in song and music and stuff that I have to put out there.
Absolutely.
But what it is,
Hmm.
I get caught up in this job. I've been
You've been
I was
called.
preaching full time and working
Mm-hmm.
full time at the post
Hmm.
office at night and in the street during the day. I've
Mm-hmm.
done that for years.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten old for that. I'm not haven't been on the street when
Mm-hmm.
this lollipop thing went down. I was out there
Yeah.
when they was doing all that stealing and stuff. I was out there. I saw the folks. I was talking to them young people. You know,
And
I
see,
said,
all this is gonna come in handy when we get on the continent.
On the
Everything
continent,
you saying, brother,
I can see that.
all these tools that we have as a united team. Y'all gotta excuse me. Y'all know I'm at the preschool making lunch. Okay, so if you hear
okay,
some rattling, that's me making lunch. But listen, all that's gonna come in handy because just imagine what kind of children we gonna bring up. We bringing up a
Mm.
whole new generation here. So what we doing now, we doing it now. But just think we gonna save who we can save. And like you said, sister, if when we get in a position to do Africa trips, we can raise money and do all type of fundraising to
Yes,
get our kids back on the continent. That's something definitely that we'll be doing. But right now, we got to go out and build that
and prepare it.
infrastructure and
yeah,
prepare.
Prepare
So
it.
that's what me and my
Yes.
sons are doing. We're preparing now, like right
Yes.
now. I'm not waiting because I'll be 60 in June. I don't have time to be waiting and playing no games with nobody who just running their mouth,
Amen.
who just
yeah.
speaking smoke and ain't moving nothing,
Hey,
ain't doing
well,
nothing.
Come
well,
on.
Don't waste my time.
Don't
I
waste
don't
my
wake up in the
time.
morning to waste my time with you. And
Yeah,
I will
ma'am.
tell you exactly that. You
Mm-hmm.
wasting
Mm-hmm.
my time. Oh, I got to go.
Mm-hmm.
yep, that's
I got
it.
to go because
That's
you
it.
just
We
talking.
have no time to waste.
We
The
That's
have
time
the
is
no
that's the
time to
thing. We
waste.
have no
that,
time to
No
waste.
that is the
time.
tomorrow.
Now, put your hand to the plow and don't you look
Put your
back.
hand to the plow. Don't look back. Get it going.
You know
Get
something?
it going.
When I was in the church, they had this thing called the Gentile Kids Across America, and they had this huge camp up in Missouri in the Ozarks, and they had all these things. And they kids, you couldn't bring no phone and things like that. But they were talking, you know, Christian doctrine and stuff like that. But we could,
Yeah.
I mean, they took, but it was a different environment. It helped a lot of kids because it got them out of a free fire zone and got them in a
Yep.
situation where they could get
You.
some truth. And that,
Yeah.
Mhm.
We can put on our own thing.
that's what I'm
Before
saying.
we
Amen.
leave, we can put our own thing on. We
That's
can
what
put
I'm
our
saying.
own thing on. We sure
That's what I'm
can.
saying. That's
Get
what
a
I'm
Well,
saying.
hotel, rent us a conference room, put the information
Get
out
them
there on
out of that
every panel,
environment.
every board, and get them out that environment and show them something different. Put on
Yes.
educational seminars to wake our youth
amen.
up to who are just so lost. We can
Get
just start and do it
get
now.
some recreation and stuff
Ministeric,
like that. Yes.
brother Ministeric, let me ask you this. You do have a facility where you can bring those children in where we can start something like that. Do you have something like
Well,
that in Chicago?
well,
And what part of Chicago are you in?
I'm in the South Side in Chatham.
Okay.
I partnered with some brothers not of all Hebrews. Some of these two brothers, I mentored them when they were young in music and whatnot. And one of them has a music foundation called a Music Box Foundation. So he got a fire station. I
Okay.
can
Where?
I got 68th and Harper. So
Okay. Okay.
and
I'm familiar with that
we
area.
put like a recording studio with every building in there. We got facilities. We can put a concert out on the street. I can put a
And
generators.
and
I got
and,
music stuff. I got
and
everything. I could do the
See,
Hebrew
let me
music.
ask you this. Are you prepared? Are you prepared to really pour into the children and let them know who they are? Because that's where we need to start.
Well,
Because they got enough music, they got
a
enough,
that
wake
was
up, a wake
other
up.
distractions.
well. See, that's they're being taught by the music. See, the other folks put the message in the music. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Actually, that's
Hmm.
what I was doing. I had put PowerPoints. That my when before I left the church, it was my turn to preach. I preached once a month. I was a youth pastor. I put all
Hey,
the
are y'all
PowerPoints,
familiar with all the
all the
Hebrew artists
information.
that's making music? Are
Yes,
y'all familiar with
absolutely.
That's what
Hezekiah,
I'm talking about. That's what
Eshon
I'm
Yes.
talking about.
Burgundy,
I
Yes,
uh,
am
that's
familiar
uh,
with
Brit
Brit
I'm familiar
Yah.
Yah?
with.
Yeah,
I'm familiar with some, but that's what we need to get
But see,
into
we
that's
our
can
why I
start
said to
children's
there.
tell
ears.
you that's what you need to start with, because they're all of them are on social media. And matter of fact,
Yes.
Hezekiah and a whole lot of other ones that I listen to, they're having a big affair that they only charge $5 to get in on the 28th of April, and I think it's Kansas,
Mm.
Okay.
Okay. We can
Kentucky
try
or
and reach
Kansas,
out.
and
Yeah.
those, and then what I was gonna tell you is, like, my youngest son played international basketball, and he's a phenomenal speaker, and he's completely woke. Like, he's deep. He's deeper than he can't be as deep as me, but he's really deep. And my other son that's out in Africa now, these young prince of
Yeah.
mine, they woke. So you
Yeah.
get
Mm-hmm.
people like that coming in. Because
Yes.
my younger
Yeah.
son, he'll come up there and tear that thing down with nothing but pure knowledge.
We got young
Pure
people that know they
knowledge.
Israel. They just don't know what to do with it.
I You see
And
what
see,
I'm
the reason
saying? My
why I
boy
asked,
Israel.
and
Yes,
the reason
ma'am.
why this is a great start for the simple reason is you're preparing them to even go into where we're going to, into the wilderness. When we get over
Absolutely.
there, they'll know how to
Get over there.
act and treat one
Oh
another.
yes, and
That
treat
this
one
is,
another.
and we, you know
Yeah.
what? I
They
wish
gotta leave
I
that
want,
Babylonian mindset.
yes. Karis, brother Karis,
Oh, Carrie.
Yes.
do
Oh,
you
Carrie.
have my information,
Sorry,
correct?
Carrie.
I think I do. I think I do. But yeah,
Mm.
I'm gonna have to wrap this on up
Come on.
for
Yeah,
closing
go.
comments.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
it's
thank
been
you for
about
this
Mhm.
4 hours
time.
now.
We thank you for this
Yeah,
time.
no problem.
Thank you.
No
Thank you for
problem.
taking the time out.
Yes,
Brittany, what?
absolutely.
Brittany, what is?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna move y'all to the back and just throw on in some closing statements. So hallelujah. That was definitely what we needed. And that just doesn't come from me. That comes from our people. The time is here. And it's not waiting for anybody. It's really not. It's not waiting for me either. It's not waiting for the show to wrap up because I'm getting emails left and right, getting things that I need to get done, moving the way I need to move, and then going from there. So, again, keep us up in prayer. If you'd like to donate to Quest 2 Unite Africa, that is $Q2UA 400. Looks like the PayPal's not up just yet. I was trying to check on that in the background. But yeah, we're moving, family. We're moving. This is exciting to see how the Most High is working. It is exciting to see. So with that said, family, most high willing, I'll be back on tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be on um that long, that long. And yeah, we definitely need a time to come together and pray, family. I have to contact some folks on the back end, and you can also contact Sister Shonda or Brother Yakoba, and ask them, for another corporate prayer, things of that nature. So they have a bigger platform, okay? And I mean, you kind of have to be a bit mindful. Once I'm off of this, I'm kind of running. I'm running. I'm not sprinting. I'm literally, actually, I am sprinting. I'm sprinting and I'm running. I'm dashing because I got things that I got to get done and accomplished. So, and that's not to, I'm not trying to downplay anyone's, thing of, importance, but, this is really something that's going on, and, it's a frantic pace because our people, we have questions, we have concerns, we have this, we have that. We understand the time. We understand the time. So if I don't get to you personally, or if I don't put the shalom, or if I don't do anything else like that, please don't take that as an affront. I'm just answering emails after emails after emails after emails. I really am. Brother Karras, you didn't get me on the Zoom. Brother Karras, you didn't answer me back. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. Okay. It'll get better, but I gotta get I gotta find equipment. I mean, I'm sorry. I gotta make phone calls to get trucks going. I gotta get these customs paperwork going. There's a lot of things that has to be done. You just don't say it's gonna be done. We're just gonna do it like this, and it doesn't happen. No, there's a methodicalness to it, right? We have to be methodical. We have to work. We have to move because I'm ultimately working for you all. That's how it goes. And so, don't worry. We'll get AI in here. We'll get AI programmed to, to have my personality in the email responses. So it'll be like you're talking to Brother Karras, and I'm just I'm not gonna do that to you all. I'm not gonna do that to you all. But but just better forms and better flow, with different things to get things, having things responsive, right? And that's what we're trying to do um, with that. We see all these other companies and these other businesses that have, all of the nice things. We can do that for ourselves too. We're people that can do that. So with that said, family, yes, I actually do have some work I got to get done. But if you have any questions, concerns, anything else, yeah, please email me. You see it scrolling down. That's Covenant Awakenings at gmail.com. So, with that said, family, most high willing, I'll see you tomorrow. So, with that, shalom, salama, siemi, shalom, peace and blessings. Yasharel.